This was the wake up for tomorrow. October 24, you remember in Łódź last year? So, hello everybody, good morning everybody. Dear colleagues, dear friends of ERIH, dear Mayor Dagmar Ruschenski, welcome. Dear Susanne Richter and Jürgen Kabus, who is he? Our two hosts. A very warm welcome from my side to the next, the 21st, right? The 21st Annual Conference of ERIH, this time here in Chemnitz, in the heart of a European capital of culture. It is always a great pleasure to see our community coming together. Professionals, volunteers, partners, friends, and we all share our common passion for Europe's industrial heritage. This annual meeting is more than a conference. It is a reunion of people who believe that our shared industrial past can inspire our future. And this is also why it is so important that we not only have this day, we had also yesterday already our Members' Day with much opportunity to network, for exchange, and it was a perfect beginning, in my view, even yesterday and this evening at the Schauplatz Eisenbahn, a great site here we visited yesterday evening. Today, of course, we meet again in a truly fitting place, the Industriemuseum here in Chemnitz. I would like us to start by extending my heartfelt thanks to our hosts, Susanne Richter and Jürgen Kabus, I mentioned already, and to their teams, of course, for welcoming us so warmly in this impressive museum. We will see more of it. This evening we'll have dinner in midst of the exhibition, and the museum will be open for us for the whole evening. This museum itself tells the story of industry, of innovation, of identity, especially in Saxony and beyond. And what a wonderful coincidence, or rather, what a perfect match that our conference takes place in a European capital of culture. The motto of Chemnitz 2025, See the Unseen, resonates beautifully with our theme this year, Intangible Industrial Heritage. It's not the first time that we have an annual conference in the European capital of culture. We had in Pilsen 10 years ago. We were in Esch-sur-Alzette, Luxembourg, 3 years ago, and now in Chemnitz. Because in industrial heritage, as in the cultural program of the city, it is not only about what we can see, the factories, the machines, the landscapes and artifacts, what we have seen yesterday evening in the Schauplatz Eisenbahn, for example, and here in the museum. It is also, and perhaps even more, about what we cannot see so easily. The traditions, skills, song, gestures, and values that have shaped the everyday life of industrial societies. And we have to remind that our roots in what we do in our community, of course, one root is monument protection, but our root has always been preserving and keeping alive the traditions of workers' culture, which is intangible heritage. These invisible legacies are what connect generations of workers, families, and communities across Europe. From the very beginning, the industrial heritage movement, as I said, was never just about preserving monuments. It was about working class culture, creativity, solidarity, pride in labor, and identity. All these topics, which is also a topic of European capital of culture, of course. In that sense, industrial heritage was always a living culture, not just a museum piece, and it continues to be so today. But if you think of the new museum definition of ICOM, it's just what this definition also says. I also like to recall that in Germany, we have this wonderful expression Industriekultur, which has no exact equivalent in English or in the Romance languages. Culture, in this sense, unites the material and the immaterial. It means not only the physical remains, but also the shared stories, the practices, and the social life that surrounded them. This is culture. And this is precisely what ERIH stands for, and it is a European culture of industry in all its tangible and intangible forms. And we will see this European story in the exhibition here, the special exhibition for the European Capital Year here in the museum this evening also. With a story of 5 European cities coming together. As we now begin our conference, I invite you to see the unseen, to look beyond the surfaces of heritage sites and reflect on the knowledge, the rituals, and the human experiences that made them what they are. I look forward to your presentations, discussions, and ideas, but also, of course, to our conversations, encounters, and friendships that make our ERIH network so special. After all, all those of you who joined us for yesterday's Members' Days already know the best part of ERIH is always being together. So, thank you for you all being here. Let's have an inspiring, fruitful, and joyful conference. I have to do some, before we have the greeting words of the Mayor of Chemnitz, perhaps some remarks at the beginning. First of all, this conference is not a hybrid conference, but it is streamed, lively streamed. There's also a photographer here in the room, and Augusto will do a video also for us. If anyone has problems being photographed, so please go to reception and tell it. We have also a graphic recording. Where's Johanna Benz? She's there behind. Perhaps you know this graphic recording. She just records what we are doing here with small graphics. And in the course of the day, a kind of gallery of pictures, of graphics pictures, will develop here and will kind of minutes, graphic minutes, kind of graphic protocol of our day. Second, what is important here to your right, to my left, you can see the panel where you should register for the free workshops this afternoon. So please register till in this morning. On the back side of this panel are registered for the excursions tomorrow. Please check if your name is on the excursion you want to do, and please be sure that you have a time to be with us for the excursion. So I don't know how departures, probably with departure times and things like that. Be sure that it works out, or organize yourself with cars or whatever is perhaps needed. Check on the back side. So these are the 2 things to announce at the moment. Did I forget something? Okay. So the floor is yours. Mrs. Ruszynski, thank you.
Dear ERIH President Dr. Hauser, dear members and guests, it's a great honor to welcome you in Chemnitz, the European Capital of Culture 2025. Over the past month, this title has truly transformed our city. Since January this year, more than 1,500 cultural events brought together visitors from across Europe and beyond. We are about to achieve 2 million visitors. We opened new spaces and rediscovered old ones. Many citizens turned to cultural creators themselves. Chemnitz has shown that it is a city of culture, creativity, diversity, and hospitality. Thanks to this, it's still a city of industry. Chemnitz has shown, no, thank you. You have committed yourself to a great conference theme, See the Unseen, Intangible Heritage in Industrial Culture. Chemnitz, once a powerhouse of European industrialization, today stands at a crossroads between past and future. In the early 19th century, textile and mechanical engineering were prominent in the so-called Saxon Manchester. Today, I'm wearing a scarf, a gift from the mayor of Manchester, cozy wool, a real industrial heritage. Let me highlight only this. Starting in 1833, Richard Hartmann developed Germany's largest machine building companies here in this city. His name was and is associated with the production of steam locomotives, textile machinery, and industrial engines. Just like today's tech giants, Hartmann was highly innovative and globally influential. Our industrial heritage is visible in the architecture, machines, and urban spaces that define our city. However, in our industrial heritage also lives on in the creative and innovative spirit that drives our community forward. Preparing ourselves to serve as the European Capital of Culture, we discussed how industrial heritage can build a bridge connecting memory and progress, production and creativity, local identity and European cooperation. The exhibition here in this house, in this museum, Tales of Transformation, is an official part of the European Capital of Culture, Chemnitz 2025. The exhibition here shows the interrelationship between culture and industrial wealth in the so-called red brick cities like Gabrovo, Łódź, Mulhouse, Tampere, Manchester, and Chemnitz. Thanks to the industrialists, valuable collections, remarkable designs, and outstanding architecture developed in Chemnitz. Henry van de Velde, Marianne Brandt, and Karl Klaus Dietl, to name only a few important influencers of their time. Your conference is an opportunity to see beyond our industrial heritage. Please take the chance to recognize that cultural development influenced industrialization, and industrialization was also an engine for cultural development, especially in this city. In order to take the perspectives, we need historical evidence. The Industrial Museum Chemnitz houses significant industrial collections of about 20,000 exhibits, from postage stamps to steam engines, as well as intangible heritage in the form of eyewitness accounts. The museum's outreach extends far into the region and is the flagship of the Saxon Industrial Museum Association. Your conference has taken up the topic of the European Capital of Culture so wonderfully. You aim to make the unseen visible. You aim to give space and to voices and stories that might otherwise remain unheard. Thank you for that. I wish you a productive time. Welcome to the ERIH Conference 2025. Welcome to Chemnitz. Thank you.
Mit dem Film?
Der ist eingebunden.
Der ist eingebunden. Okay.
Rechte Taste drücken.
Ja, okay. Gut. Okay. So from above, good morning, and dear colleagues of ERIH, I'm very happy to have you here and to welcome you to the Industrial Museum in Chemnitz and to the European Capital of Culture 2025. On behalf of Museum Director Jürgen Kabus, where you are, so I cannot over there, and the entire museum team, I'm delighted that we are hosting the ERIH Annual Conference 2025. Moment, hier mal weiter. See the unseen. Intangible cultural heritage in industrial culture is a theme of our conference. And I have the honor of introducing you to the topic with my presentation and establishing the connection to this year's conference venue. In the following, I would like to show you what lace making, the miner song in German Steigerlied, and a visitor mine in the Ore Mountains, Erzgebirge in German, have in common. In my opinion, intangible cultural heritage has been given far too little consideration in the discussion about industrial cultural heritage. Yet the two areas are often very closely related and mutually dependent. Here in Saxony, the number of forms of expressions included in the list of intangible cultural heritage is increasing every year. Unfortunately, in my view and in my experience, there is little contact and hardly any awareness of the connection between those responsible for and involved in intangible cultural heritage in Saxony. A good mix of traditions, craft techniques, and industrial cultural sites would be a great way to generate more relevance in society. Cultural heritage is not something of the past, you mentioned this before, but is very much alive and helps to shape identity. I would like to begin with a recent example here in the Ore Mountains. I go ahead. So you see here the tin mine Ehrenfriedersdorf in the Ore Mountains, then I will go on with something else. So I would like to begin with a recent example here in the Ore Mountains. The Visitor Tin Mine in Ehrenfriedersdorf, one of our 4 sites of our museum association, celebrated their 30th anniversary on 6th July this year. The small town of Ehrenfriedersdorf, with just under 5,000 inhabitants, belongs to the capital of culture region and is also part of the so-called Purple Path, an art and sculpture trail that is one of the capital of culture's main projects. The energetic mayor of Ehrenfriedersdorf, you will see her in the film later on, Silke Franzl, launched an industrial heritage project in advance, which was supported by a regional development program. An exhibition on the subject of gramophone records drew a connection to a gramophone record factory in the town that has been closed down many years ago. The 30th anniversary of the visitor mine provided an opportunity to intensify and highlight the connection between music, arts and crafts, and mining. Annette Schuster, an artist from Chemnitz, was commissioned to create the miners' song, the Steigerlied, as a lace ribbon. Not just a small decorative ribbon, but an oversized, approximately 60-meter long piece of lace with woven-in gramophone records. Maybe you can see this. The aim was to set a record at the same time, which was achieved without any problems and certified with a certificate. This was followed by a family day around the tin mine to draw as many people's attention as possible to this record attempt. The record was framed by a traditional miners' parade of the surrounding miners' associations, who of course played the miners' song, the Steigerlied, appropriately. Now I would like to show you a video that the marketing agency of the Free State of Saxony shot at the event under the motto, "This is Saxony," and which, in my opinion, very well represents the desire to bring together intangible and industrial cultural heritage. So I have to apologize, this will be in German, but I think it doesn't matter. I think from the pictures you will understand what this video wants to tell you. So, was muss ich jetzt machen? Weiterklicken.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, 62,85 Meter.
Glück auf, hier auf dem Sauberg in der schönen Bergstadt Ehrenfriedersdorf.
Es ist beeindruckend, weil hier schon im Endeffekt Tradition und Heimatverbundenheit verbunden wird in einem künstlerischen Ausdruck.
Wir feiern heute 30 Jahre Besucherbergwerk und dazu unternehmen wir heute einen Weltrekordversuch. Und zwar wollen wir das längste geklöppelte Notenband der Welt präsentieren.
Schon angezündet.
Es schlafen viele Sachen ein, ob es das Schnitzen ist, das Klöppeln, die ganzen nostalgischen Sachen, die verschwinden halt alle ein bisschen. Und deshalb müssen wir sehen, dass wir das in die neue Generation bringen. Und deshalb haben wir mit sowas einfach die Chance, das nochmal, ich nenne es peppig zu machen oder cool zu machen.
Ja, wenn Sie das Gold.
Wir bringen mit diesem geklöppelten Notenband eigentlich alles zusammen. Den Bergbau, aber auch ein Stück weit die Kunst und das, was wir quasi auch den nächsten Generationen mit in die Zukunft geben.
Messen tue ich es mit 250 Meter Bändern und Helfern und im Endeffekt muss dann die Ellipse des geklöppelten Bandes unten nachgemessen werden. So sprich, dass wir um die Kurven gehen, um die Ecken gehen, sodass wir eine genaue Anzahl haben, wie weit das geht.
Das Notenband hat die Künstlerin Annette Schuster geklöppelt. Sie ist bekannt für diese außergewöhnlichen Arbeiten, die sie schafft. Ich wünsche mir, dass die Bergstadt Ehrenfriedersdorf auch in 100 Jahren noch eine tolle Stadt zum Leben ist, aber dass vor allem eben hier dieses Besucherbergwerk auch die nächsten 30 Jahre viele, viele zufriedene Gäste hier anlocken kann.
Ehrenfriedersdorf, ihr habt einen neuen Weltrekord!
So I hope you liked the video even when it was in German. So I would like to draw a short conclusion. Music has always been a unifying element. As you have seen, the marching bands of the mining parade associations have hardly any problems attracting new members because young musicians in the Ore Mountains join them almost naturally. Even in primary school, children in the Ore Mountains learn the miners' song, which gives them access to one of the cultural practices that shape the identity of their homeland. There's another story regarding bobbin lace making. It is little more difficult. Also, the tradition is still alive, as you have seen. It is actually mainly practiced by elder women. The work of the artist Annette Schuster you saw before places bobbin lace making in a different context, giving it new attention. The Ehrenfriedersdorf tin mine now comes into play as a place of collaboration, providing the natural setting for this unusual and successful combination of lace making, music, and mining tradition. So let's be courageous in the future in bringing together different areas of intangible cultural heritage with industrial heritage. You see, it works. Another project of the Capital of Culture are the so-called maker hubs, which have settled in various former industrial locations and see themselves as places for trying out things, making things, and getting people involved. 2 of these locations will also be destinations for tomorrow's excursions: the Buntspeicher in Zwönitz and the Lehngericht in Augustusburg. On the one hand, the aim is to revitalize unused industrial areas in the maker hubs and turn them into the so-called third places where small companies can settle, designers and creative people can come together, and the local population can meet to make things together. The concept is also interesting for tourism marketing, so this is one aim of ERIH 2, to raise more interest in tourism, as certain hands-on activities are aimed at travelers who would like to try their hand at a particular craft, whether it will be carving, sewing, or lace making. There's a lot of offer here, including new techniques and collaborations with artists. And there's one venue, the so-called Maker Advent. So before Christmas, there will be 4 weeks of a lot of workshops. So if you come back, don't miss these interesting workshops. Here too, the industrial cultural site is initially the shell, providing a lively interior and thus ensuring the preservation of the property. The third example I want to show you today is the product Biennale Werkschau made in Saxony, organized by the state's cultural and creative industries, is somewhat different. In 2025, an industrial wasteland near Chemnitz Central Station was used for the purpose. So the pictures on the left. It was renovated at low cost for the exhibition, which lasted several months, and thus brought back this building into the consciousness of visitors. The exhibitors were selected before through an application process and came from many different areas of the creative industries. The presentation makes it clear that many designers also have their workshops in former industrial buildings, but at the same time, it showcases a broad portfolio of high-quality products that come from the region and are not usually available in a normal department store. In 2023, the picture on the right, the exhibition took place for the first time here at the Chemnitz Industrial Museum. This was complete new territory for both the organizers and the museum. The collaboration was rewarded with an extremely high number of visitors who perhaps expect a high-quality product exhibition in a museum rather than in another public space or a former industrial building. In any case, many new interested parties were attracted to the designer's products and to the industrial museum itself. This has certainly contributed to the extremely pleasing visitor numbers this year. I think we are about 60% more than last year at this moment, both at the museum and at the exhibition in the refurbished factory, as the Chemnitz Industrial Museum has significantly increased awareness of the Biennale in 2023 up to today. So this was a beginning to bring the Industrial Museum to a new audience. In my opinion, the Capital of Culture 2025 has done a lot for industrial culture, for raising awareness of what industrial culture actually is and how diverse it can be. The courage to focus on making and participating has paid off. And almost incidentally, historical traditions and crafts have been revived as important contemporary forms of expression of cultural heritage and given them a certain new coolness factor. Thank you so much for your attention.
So, thank you very much, Susanne, for his first introduction to our topics and also into European Capital of Culture. Thank you, Mrs. Ruszynski, for your kind words to our community. So, we are coming now, after this first introduction, to our first panel. I have to say that the first announced presentation cannot take place because Andreas Murray cannot come because of sickness. So we have a little bit more time for our presentations, for discussions and questions. And so we can begin directly with the second one on the program with Kalle Kallio. Kalle Kallio is the director of the Finnish Labour Museum in Finland. Perhaps for many of you well known. He has been here in further conferences here with presentations. So we are looking forward to your presentations. Kalle, it's yours. You take this one? Okay.
Okay. Good morning, dear friends and colleagues. My name is Kalle Kallio, and it's great to be here in Chemnitz. As you all know, during Cold War, this city was known as Karl-Marx-Stadt. Therefore, I was chosen to speak to you as his doppelganger. Here you can see Finnish Labour Museum, which is a national museum of working life and social history. My home institution is located in Tampere, which was known as Manchester of Finland, just like Chemnitz's Manchester of Saxony. Our premises are in the former Finlayson cotton mill. Our exhibitions and collections tell the story of rough industrial past. So we are rather similar with many institutions represented in this conference. And this is our wonderful steam engine, which might be bigger than yours. But today, I'm not going to talk about boilers and flywheels. I will focus on intangible heritage and making industrial history alive. How to remember sweat and tears we can't keep in our collections. I will show you plenty of photos, but I start with my concepts. I will talk a lot about labor today. And then I just mean ordinary workers as a collective, not a labor party, for example. So I do not use the concept of industrial culture. I prefer labor culture and labor traditions and labor arts. These concepts were used already in the 20th century, and labor heritage is a sub-concept of cultural heritage. If you are curious, please read Laura Jane Smith's book, Heritage, Labor and the Working Classes. Overall, we can recognize both tangible and intangible labor heritage, and today I will focus on the intangible one. Labor heritage is based on workers, their experiences of industrial work, characteristic housing districts, districts, consumption society, communities like Chemnitz or Tampere, and of course the whole surrounding class society. All these factors influenced the workers and created a distinctive culture with industrial behavior, cultural products like songs, plays and books, special festivities, strikes and demonstrations, sports, foods and drinks, ideologies inspired by Marx and other theorists, and so on. Of course, my definition is overlapping with others, and it's hard to recognize the boundaries of these concepts. For example, what is labor art? Finnish professor Raul Palmgren defined workers' literature in 1960s as books consumed by workers, books aimed at workers, books written by workers, books portraying workers, and books with a socialist message or otherwise representing the worldview of workers. For Palmgren, labor literature at its best combined all these views, but all the criteria were not necessary either. This definition is loose, but you can recognize other labor arts like labor music, theater and visual arts in a similar way. I think it's an unfortunate misunderstanding to see labor arts and culture as political products of the labor movement only. Those can be included, but the definition is tied to the workers and their cultural preferences regardless of their changing political beliefs. Labor culture is much, much more than red flag aerobics. Labor heritage, I know it can sound dubious and too political, but it has a very important point. It's a historical fact that the Industrial Revolution created a class society with terrible inequalities. And according to social sciences, we still live in class societies. Differences in income, wealth, and education still affect well-being, everyday life, and possibilities of Europeans. I believe that heritage professionals should be interested in the experiences of lower classes who have often formed majority of the population. Elitism is just an old and bad habit in museum sector. Everyday history and labor history finally became mainstream in the 1960s. Ideas that old industrial sites could have a heritage value actually represent the same radicalism. In industrial museums, it's important to remember the workers, not only owners, engineers, products, and fancy machines. In the industrial era, workers created their own cultural sphere inside the capitalist society. In Finland, this alternative world was especially important after the prison camps of the 1918 Civil War. Workers built their co-op shops, owned banks, meeting halls and theaters, with theaters and diners. In sports, clubs run by workers had their own national competitions and even alternative international games outside Olympics. Camp mentality is a label for this idea to have a separate workers' world to minimize contacts with the ruling society. Nonetheless, it is time to move to museum work. How to bring intangible labor heritage alive. How to introduce labor traditions and arts and culture for contemporary audience. How to represent the sweat and tears of the class society. Our main exhibition, United, highlights the experiences of ordinary people. We decided to present the experiences of workers with short movies. For example, here a deaf typesetter explains her work in a printing house. This is just one way to interpret intangible heritage. The 1st of May is the most important of workers' festivities. When I started as a director 20 years ago, museum used to be closed because it's a national holiday. Nowadays, visiting Labour Museum on 1st of May is a tradition for many families. We have regularly organized sing-along events. We have regularly organized sing-along events, often with trade unions. The idea is to sing old workers' songs together. Usually someone is playing accordion to keep the rhythm, and people simply love these events. Some Finnish musicians are inspired of the labor music. Here is Paleface, primarily a rap artist who has presented and translated especially American songs of the Wobblies, industrial workers of the world. In our main exhibition, we have a small workers' meeting hall. This space has been used to reenact events like traditional soirees with some speeches, poetry plays, and at the end, 1 hour for dance. Since 1920s, it was restricted to 1 hour because a longer dance would bring higher taxes. Today, museum is a special place to experience traditional soirees. Some of our events are planned on a very short notice. For example, during major strikes, we have given space for the strikers to drink coffee and socialize. In this case, people watched online stream from Helsinki. Labour Museum feels like a safe place for strikers. One of our biggest annual events is the Day of Labour Literature. We organize it with local enthusiasts, researchers, students, and educational associations. Basically, it's a literature event with panels, interviews, and a book fair. But we present old and new labour literature and authors. Also, young readers have found the event, which really endorses labour literature in Finland. Some of our events related to intangible labour heritage have been very modest and specific. This image is from our evening of railway poetry. I picked poems published in railway magazines, and our volunteers took a stage to read them. Some of the poems were simply awful, but it was a memorable event. I can present some academic dimension as well. Piston Pen and Press was a joint project aiming to understand how industrial workers in UK engage with literature culture through writing, reading, and participation in wider cultural activities. One of the academic workshops was organized in my museum. Living history and drama is a common tool for industrial museums, and it can make labour heritage alive. In this small drama, I had a chance to play a trade union activist who was brutalized by 2 fascists around 1930. If you are a labour museum director, you have to be flexible. Some of our participatory events do not have much to do with history. Tampere Steampunk Festival is a big costume party organized by hobbyists who fantasize science fiction with 19th century aesthetics. Well, why not? We give our floor to serious debate as well. We rent our premises for political events and host local social forum for NGO discussions. I think it's valuable if museum can act as a public arena. 2 decades as a labour museum director have taught me a lot. I believe that it's crucial to recognize our community who you primarily serve. Museum must be for somebody, because it is simply impossible to please everyone. We have to be participatory. We must address our communities, do things together, give them something meaningful, and share some common ground. All museums help people to build their identities. It's part of our mission. Identities are often based on history, and museums offer important experiences of similarity and distinction. When we tell what is typical or special, we actually play our role in identity politics. According to Benedict Anderson, these people can be described as imagined communities. Working class and nation are both socially constructed, imagined by people who believe they belong to those groups. It is obvious that museums frame and produce such communities for imagination. To be successful with different communities, it is essential to really work together. We should invite people to the museum and share our authority. Museum cannot pretend to be a sovereign actor outside or above the society. We don't have to control all the details. People can use their museum as their platform. There are many tools for participatory museums. In our case, owners represent diverse communities, and we take care of their history with our collections. Our community gallery has a low-level threshold, and we invite people to volunteer, and we try to develop participatory programs. Free entry has made us more open and accessible. We make some money by renting premises, and we host events of our communities. It is important to network so your communities can feel that you are one of them. Trade unions and political groups are close to the Finnish Labour Museum. It's not a problem for us at all. We are a participatory museum who takes a stand and tries to influence the society. At the meantime, my museum is non-partisan and not subject to any single political party. That does not prevent us to be involved in hot topics at all. Far too many museums try to please everyone, and it just makes them super careful. Please look at theaters, how proud they are when they manage to upset their audience. We do not have to please everybody either. We should not stay silent. But I have to stress that it's not easy to find the appropriate tone, words, and language for diverse communities. You have to speak in a different way to a trade union, industrial managers, school group, or university researchers. I'm not telling Marx jokes to all my audiences. We just need friends to be meaningful, and I encourage you to be active with your local labor movement and activists. They can be a real asset. According to a tirade rumor, labor culture is dead. But nobody knows why and when that happened. In Finland, the baby boom generation was the last who had personal experiences of post-war poverty and life before the welfare state. They are not active museum goers anymore, but younger generations keep visiting us in growing numbers. I claim labor culture is well and alive. Cultural differences of the class society did not end with the television, rock music, and social benefits. Labor traditions just evolve. Workers create their own cultural practices, and cultural sphere is surprisingly diverse nowadays. We still live in a class society, and socio-economical factors influence our world views. I believe that one museum cannot be for everyone, and therefore it is essential to have institutions who give workers their right for own history and own heritage. I will end my presentation with 3 questions to reflect. What are industrial or labor cultures of our times? How can we handle them as museums? How to be meaningful for present-day workers? Unfortunately, I do not have definite answers, but hopefully my presentation included some practical tips for future experiments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalle, for a very inspiring presentation and the thesis which inspires discussion, I guess. So the floor is open for questions, and we have some time. Peter. No, we have.
Kalle, as we expected, a very nice presentation, but when I first read the title of your presentation, I missed one word. I think we are from nearly the same generation, and we are know what we are talking about. We are talking about blood, sweat, and tears. And I think blood is also a very central point of your labor history and our industrial history. And blood means colonization, means slavery, means forced work and all this. Why did you keep it out in your title?
Well, I could have included it. Of course, I can say that I don't want to have a long title, but when we are talking about intangible heritage, we are talking about cultures which are alive, and I would say we are quite happy that those labor cultures which include blood are not alive anymore today. So at least not here in Europe. Therefore, of course, it's something that we are talking in a museum when we are talking about like difficult heritage. But it's something that belongs to history, at least in my museum, or it belongs to, let's say, to other continents, like talking about, for instance, we had an exhibition of Rana Plaza, a textile factory which collapsed in Bangladesh and so on. So it's clearly present there in a global perspective, and in a European way, it's there in the history. So it's not that much alive, this blood thing, luckily.
Our questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. How would you rate your success? Is it really possible to reach out for groups who usually don't visit a museum? We've seen many different groups, of course, but do you really reach the workers, the normal workers? Can you say something about that? Thanks.
Yeah, I truly believe that we do. Of course, it's kind of a problem that museum going is very often in relation to the level of education. More educated you are, more often you go to the museum. And in our case, the very important thing has been free entry policy, because it really, we made the adoption in 2010, and it started to change the structure of the audience when people learned about it. And for instance, today that we have many families with an immigration background coming to the museum, there are many parents with unemployed coming to the museum, and also not only the people with a high education, but also with a worker background. But of course, it's so that we don't want to be like closing our doors for any audiences, and we are happy to have like those regular museum goers, like well living and well earning and educated people as well. But if we are a workers' museum, I would say that it's kind of a responsibility to make such programs and such content that would invite working class people as well to the museums. And I have to say that our visitor figures have been going up quite a long time, and we are going to have the highest figures probably this year. We are still waiting what happens during Christmas holidays, but I think we have succeeded, yes.
Our questions to Kalle?
Yeah, just in the last row.
Hey, I just wanted to pin you down a bit on what is the message from the past to the future or to the present in your town and here in Chemnitz as well, perhaps. Is it a message of sweat and tears or blood as well? and that we should look back and be grateful that it's no longer the case, or other things to transport to the present issues that people face in your town?
I would say that the message is of course different in different museums, because as I tried to explain, that museums are not for everybody, and I believe museums have to be different. You cannot copy a strategy. Like what thing works here in this museum, it's not something that can be used in other places. So the important thing is that you have to know your communities and what they are for, and how you can be meaningful for them. And it's not something that that can be like I could here say that I have this kind of a program for success. I just encourage, look around.
Carlo, thanks for your presentation. I'm interested in how do you define your target groups? You told that museum is not for everybody, and you should know how or who you invite or who you work with together. So how you define that target group? Do you have an audience development program or a community upbuilding program? What is it? How is it?
We normally do that on with every exhibition. So with every exhibition, we think about the target groups, and we think about different kind of visitors we try to aim at. And of course, everybody is welcome. But in our case, our exhibitions are very different with each other. So it's not like, and I would also say that it's something where we have been successful with, that when our exhibitions are not made for the same people, but for different groups, then we can actually serve a wider population. But of course, in permanent exhibitions, there are much more of those target groups than in temporary ones. Okay.
You could very much deepen this point. It's a very interesting topic, and much of what you told reminded me to the founding documents of our museum in the 1980s. But all things develop. We are still in this tradition, but the society has changed a lot in these 50, 40 years, and this is the challenge in this concept, I think. Very interesting. Thank you very much. We'd like to, if there's an urgent question, but if not, really urgent. Okay.
You didn't see me before. Now it's urgent. I love your approach that you are kind of a museum with bias, that you're not objective. You have a perspective. You want to develop something. One question I do have, it's I think in the 80s, 70s, there was labor unions. It was pretty organized. Today there are many immigrant workers from foreign countries, other languages. How do you approach them, and how did it change your approach to deal with these people?
Yeah, the trade unions are very different than what they were. For instance, they don't organize like bus groups like they did 40 years ago or something like that, and they very seldom have like meetings where people would go to discuss together. The whole culture inside trade unions, at least in Finland, is very different today than it was in the 70s and 80s. And of course, it affects a lot. But it's also so that trade unions work a lot online, and actually, at least in Finland, they had a very good ways of communication. So we do a lot of cooperation in a way that trade unions promote things what we are doing. When we do something that's relevant for them, they are very easily share their channels. And for instance, if the Union of Industrial Workers, which have like 200,000 members in Finland, when they promote the museum, well, that's efficient. And I would say that's the same with all big unions. Thank you.
I would say you are lucky with that. Thank you, Kalle. So we are coming now to the next presentation of Rosie Shackleton. Where is she? Here. You know her from yesterday already as our national representative for Scotland. She's responsible for Industrial Museum Scotland, this network of industrial museums in Scotland. And she has a presentation on just Industrial Museum Scotland and Twilight, ICH, Intangible Cultural Heritage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosie.
Hello everyone, as I said, my name is Rosie Shackleton. Just before I get started, there's a couple of things. You'll notice my title is a little bit different than the programme. It's definitely not because we forgot which title we'd submitted with, but I've not been in Germany for 2 years and I thought, why not now try and make a German joke? So German speakers, please laugh at my attempt at a joke. Non-German speakers, basically my title now says putting the we in ICH, because a main thread of this presentation is that to promote Scottish industrial ICH, it has to be through collaboration. You'll also notice there are two names on the presentation. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Is that better? Is that better? Okay, sorry everyone. You'll notice there are two names on the presentation, but I'm here alone. Sadly, my colleague Jacob from Museums Gallery Scotland couldn't make it, but he's recorded his slides, so for the next 10 minutes or so, I'm just going to stand here awkwardly whilst you can listen to what Jacob has to say. And he's going to introduce the Scottish heritage sector more widely and what we're doing with ICH. So I will let Jacob explain. Oh? Yeah? Okay. Oh?
Hello, my name is Jacob O'Sullivan. I'm Museum Development Manager, Collections and Interpretation at Museums Gallery Scotland. I wanted first of all to say how sorry I was to not be there in person. I'm sure it's a wonderful conference, but I know Rosie is there and you'll be in good hands with her for the second half of the presentation. I'm going to first of all explain the role of my organisation, Museums Gallery Scotland, and how we've been supporting intangible cultural heritage in Scotland before passing on to Rosie, who I think will look in more detail at Industrial Museums Scotland and industrial collections and ICH. So just by some background, my organisation, Museums Gallery Scotland, is the national development body for all museums and galleries in Scotland. For anyone who doesn't know, the UK is obviously made up of 4 devolved nations, with Scotland being a devolved nation in its own right with its own government. Museums Gallery Scotland, or MGS, is financed by the Scottish Government, and we work primarily to advise and support and work in partnership with every single museum and gallery, of which there are 452 across Scotland. I like to start off with a map like this just because it gives some context as to the somewhat challenging or interesting geographical issues of working in support of museums and galleries in a country like Scotland. So the map here, you can see the little dots demonstrate the physical locations of every museum and gallery that we work with. One thing people often might remark upon is the fact that there is this large cluster of museums and galleries around the sort of about a third of the way up of the map there, and that otherwise the dots sort of tend to be around the coast and are much sparser in other areas of the country. And this is simply because that's reflected in the population density. Anyone who's visited Scotland and gone up to the Highlands will know that the Highlands are very mountainous, and that main population centres do sort of tend to be around the coast. But I think what also is interesting to consider here in this context is the unique cultural groupings that exist. You'll see there are lots of different island groups. So Shetland and Orkney in the far north there speak a particular dialect of the Scots language. The Scots language is on the east coast of Scotland as well. On the west coast, we have places like the Hebrides, where they predominantly speak the Gaelic language. And there is a wide range there of different dialect types as well. And finally, we have, of course, the central belt, the central area of Scotland, which is predominantly the industrial areas, and of course, including big cities such as Glasgow and Edinburgh. So I like also to introduce a population density heat map of Scotland. I'm not sure how well you can see this, but really by far the biggest grouping of the population live around the central belt here, which is really the industrial area and what might otherwise be called the Rust Belt of Scotland. I think 2/3 of the country live there. And what really these maps demonstrate is that every physical space, physical community has access to a museum collection of some sort. Museums Galleries Scotland has been interested in supporting intangible cultural heritage since around 2007, and we've primarily done this because we understand museums as a vehicle for supporting and preserving ICH in very unique ways. There are very few publicly accessible resources like a museum or gallery which can reflect a community's intangible heritage back at it, really, or can use this to illustrate different stories or different narratives around the collection in certain ways. However, I mentioned earlier that Scotland was a devolved nation within the UK. Although the Scottish Government was keen to ratify the 2003 UNESCO Convention on the Safeguarding of ICH, Scotland couldn't do this until the UK had done it, the UK as a whole. And the UK finally ratified the convention last year, becoming the 183rd country to do so. What this does mean is that we have been ploughing ahead with supporting ICH in Scotland for quite some time. Unfortunately, inevitably, the ICH that is preserved and safeguarded often relies upon the more pastoral or the more immediate understanding of what intangible heritage is. And I think we can all be quite guilty of sometimes leaving behind industrial or more urban communities, especially around their intangible heritage. And that is evidenced in this screenshot here. So back in the early 2010s, Museums Galleries Scotland spearheaded a national inventory for intangible cultural heritage, but this was a wiki because we wanted to do away with any kind of sense of gatekeepery idea, and we wanted this to be very community driven. What you can see here on the map is different local authority areas, and effectively the darker the area, the more listings there are. You might see that places like the Western Isles, which is on the left of the map there, which is very sparsely populated in some respects compared to the Central Belt, has a disproportionate number of listings, really, in so many ways, for cultural heritage. Likewise, the northeast of Scotland and the island group of Orkney and the southwest and Dumfries and Galloway. Whereas certain local authority areas around the more densely populated areas, what might sometimes be called the Rust Belt, where industry takes place around Scotland and where the vast majority of the population live, does have fewer listings on the national inventory. Because the UK has now ratified the convention, there's going to be a UK-wide national inventory for ICH with specific devolved versions of the inventories. So Scotland will be working with a new one, which allows us to start again, really, with this inventory. And I think this is really important because this is just a screenshot from the national inventory. I mentioned that it was a wiki, the idea being that community representatives would list their own practice and that there'd be a very vibrant, diverse set of listings from different communities across the country. However, what it has instead done is listings like this. Now, I know you can't see it because it's a bit blurry, and that in itself reflects the age of this national inventory, which we are overdue renewal. But also it's indicative of the kind of listings that we have, the kind of inscriptions that we have. This is an inscription for rowan trees, traditional beliefs around the rowan, which is not led by a particular community. In many ways, this is reflected throughout different parts of the British and Irish Isles as well. And really, it meant that we're missing out on this strong community-focused, living, tangible voice, something which I know can be well demonstrated through some of our industrial collections. And currently, ICH in Scotland is supported through a collaborative partnership, consisting of Museums Galleries Scotland, my organisation, Traditional Arts and Culture Scotland, Historic Environment Scotland, and Creative Scotland. We're a very strong partnership, but I think that there is a sense that we are potentially not working as directly with current industrial communities, communities of practice and communities of workplaces. And I think that all four partners are really keen to push that further in certain respects. And we have also always been keen to use the International Council of Museums definition of a museum, which explicitly states that museums exhibit tangible and intangible heritage. And we're also really keen to always talk about ICH in Scotland rather than Scottish ICH, the idea being that this is more inclusive, so that any group, any culture group that settles in the country, their intangible heritage is as much a part of the national story as any other. And this is why it's really important to use ICH to challenge the authorised heritage discourse. The AHD being a concept which I'm sure you're all familiar with, which focuses on Western ideas of a nation state and what the authorised version of a national identity is. In Scotland, industrial heritage has historically fallen behind a little bit in terms of this sense of national identity, potentially. So, for example, we're far more used, when we think about the Southern Highlands, to thinking about the view on the left, with the Wallace Memorial in front of it, to the view on the right. Both of them are the same hills, the Ochil Hills, which are the start of the Highlands. The view on the right has the industrial port of Grangemouth in front of it. The view on the left has the William Wallace Memorial. And I think this really is indicative of the different approaches to authorised built heritage, which can be challenged through engagement through intangible cultural heritage. And just then to highlight this as an example of that, this is an image of the Borryman tradition of South Queensferry. South Queensferry is a small town on the outskirts of Edinburgh. It is part of the city of Edinburgh, which is the capital of Scotland. This is a tradition with origins in the herring fishing industry, but which now walks around the town in this amazing outfit, going from pub to pub, very community focused, draws in tourists, but also is for the community and is strange and visually brilliant. Queensferry is also where the famous Queensferry Fourth Rail Bridge is. So you can see in this image the Borryman in front of the Fourth Rail Bridge. The Fourth Rail Bridge is a World Heritage Site. It is the icon of industry in Scotland, or indeed the UK. And happening underneath it is this more unauthorised heritage practice. Happily, through ratification of the convention, this now means that in a formal UK context, we're able to afford the same amount of safeguarding and advocacy on behalf of both of these different types of heritages. And I think this is where skills development and collaboration with groups such as IMS, Industrial Museum Scotland, is going to be really fruitful for how we support this very fragile version of intangible heritage going forward.
Obviously, would have loved to be here in person, but kind of a disclaimer, what Jacob just talked about with ICH in Scotland, there is actually no official project with industrial ICH in Scotland. So what he was talking about is very much the first step. So even being here and doing this presentation with him vicariously is the start of this conversation. So you've just heard about Scotland's ICH more generally. What about industrial museums? What about industrial heritage in ICH? That's where we come in. Industrial Museums Scotland is a charity, and we represent 16 different industrial museums with 17 sites. So we represent everything from New Lanark UNESCO World Heritage Site, which was mentioned yesterday as a new ERIH member, nationally styled museums, so for example at the National Mining Museum of Scotland, and also a number of historic vessels, including the RSS Discovery, which Ernest Shackleton went to the South Pole with. I'm not related to him. So we've got a real pulse on the Scottish industrial heritage sector. We represent a lot of different types of museums in Scotland. And the aim of the charity is preservation of industrial heritage through various means, skills exchange, but also creating a community of people who work with industrial collections. And doing this project with Jacob, we're very much ready for industrial ICH to be taken seriously. So one of the questions for this conference was the challenges and how do we solve them. So Jacob touched upon the topic, but a big thing in Scotland is, what is your idea of Scotland? Some of you, I had conversations yesterday, I've been to Scotland. You go for the landscape, you go for the islands, it's very pastoral. So where does industrial ICH fit into this? before we do any projects, we have to convince the public that industrial ICH is just as important and valid and whimsical and exciting as traditional traditional Scottish ICH. I think a lot of this has to do with aesthetics. Going back to that photo of the Buryman, it's very odd, it's very unusual, it's very eye-catching. Can we make the public kind of understand that maybe things covered in rust and things a bit greasy are also just as important? I've put also jagged edges in terms of definitions, because the way we work as a collective of museums, in terms of communities that do industrial ICH, we might not fit into that group. So we represent different museums with different communities that all have different ICH. So how do we go forward as a collective, as a representation of Scottish industrial heritage? How do we go forward and make sure that this is understood, that we need to kind of preserve this? Our answer to this is collaboration. I talked about this yesterday, but I know there's some new people in the room. A couple of years ago, 2022 to 2024, we ran a project called Powering Our People, and that was about skills and collections, and giving curators who work with industrial collections the confidence to then go back and work with volunteers and actually preserve the collections they look after. So it was hands-on, it was tangible, it was technical and practical skills, and they were taught by volunteers. A lot of those were ex-service workers, industry workers, and experts like engineers to museum staff. So we did things like care of engines, I got to drive a steam train, which was very cool, large object conservation training, asbestos training, work with paper, things like this. This is a perfect foundation for us to move on to industrial ICH, because it was about community, it was about networking, and it was about making the group of the 60 museums that were working together a really strong partnership. So the next step of this, I also talked about this a little bit yesterday, our view is that the skills we were teaching in Powering Our People, in 30 years they will be intangible, because the people who are teaching those skills, the people that used to work in these industries, will be gone. So our next project, hopefully, that will come to fruition, is about preserving these skills. So we want to almost make a best practice for saving industrial skills. And that's definitely linked to what Jacob was talking about, a national repository for ICH more generally. We want to contribute to this with industrial heritage that's based around skills. And this is where I want to come on to the next question for this conference about heritage on site. If you learn a skill in a historic building, work directly with historic machines that used to do that job, and you learn from people who used to work in that industry, then the intangible cultural heritage of going through that process will naturally come out. That's kind of our view. We've kind of split ICH in this project into two groups. So ICH that's inherent. So for example, in Dundee, the accent in Dundee is famously linked because they had to speak over these loud machines, and now the Dundee accent is very particular. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. But and then there's the ICH surrounding these industries: trade union, banner making, songs, as has already been discussed today. So the next step is to kind of go over these skills and then look really hard at where we can find this ICH and how it can come out as we kind of relearn these skills. Just to end on, I'm really sorry there is no subtitles on this, but this is just a fantastic example of the skills and the ICH that we're trying to preserve with this next project. So this is a video of Lily, who used to work in a jute mill in Dundee, and Dundee Heritage Trust, which is one of our 16 museums, they have kind of a full chronology of how you do jute, and they can work all of their machines because they went back and found people who actually used to work them. So this is about a 2-minute video of Lily kind of explaining how you soften jute, and you'll see not only do we learn the technical process of how this machine works, you'll hear her accent, you'll hear the words she uses, you'll see the motions of her doing that. That's industrial ICH, and that's what we're trying to preserve. So sorry if you can't understand, but hopefully you'll get the gist.
This machine is a softener. Now, that I have here is a hank of raw jute out of bale. It's solid. What we have to do here is to make this soft. How we open the jute, we pull it apart, like so. It goes on the conveyor belt, and it'll go through the rollers, and it comes out here. In the real world, this is where the water and the oil went into the jute, because jute doesn't work without water and oil. So I have got this opened up. Here we go. This is what was called the batching house. And this was one of the dirtiest jobs of the whole mill, because when you open up the hanks, you had mice and spiders and everything in it. So that's it, getting opened up. And it'll go into the softener and it'll come out soft. You throw it up as far as you can to the rollers. You switch it on at the back and you press the green button here. That is how the jute gets made soft for the next process.
So I hope you all know now how to soften up jute. Just to conclude here, again, this is we're very much at the start of this industrial ICH journey, but in Scotland we're very much ready for these next steps, and only by working together as a network, much like ERIH works, but with also other organisations like Museums and Galleries Scotland. This is how we can celebrate industrial ICH and put it at the same platform as potentially more traditional ICH. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rosie, for your presentation. And Jacob, who isn't here, perhaps he's on the stream, I don't know.
I don't know, actually. Huh? I don't know.
Okay. Perhaps he is. So, questions? I'm sure there are questions, and I'm sure there are people here who are busy with very similar problems and projects. Your questions down there.
I have maybe if you have advice, because when the tradition is lost already, when the people are not here with us anymore, when it's 100+ years old. For example, there could be a water treatment plant that was run by coal and by steam, and we have already now only the workers that work with, let's say, computers and electrical engines, for example. So can you elaborate on this, if there is any chance or ideas how to, bring back these stories?
Yeah, that's a really big challenge. The video I showed you, Dundee Heritage Trust, they've already experienced volunteers who have passed away now, and that knowledge that they had of working in these industries is gone. So the urgency, I think, maybe that wasn't stressed enough in the presentation, the urgency that we're now facing of collecting these stories and these skills and this knowledge is very much a key kind of factor in this. Interestingly, within our network, going back to the Powering Our People project, the people who were teaching us these skills, which we're then hopefully going to record, are volunteers, hobbyists, people who used to work in those industries. So the knowledge base is very much kind of in the hands of a small group of normally elderly gentlemen. But I think that will be quite a similar theme for a lot of you, that elderly volunteers who have the time to kind of do these things. There's not really an easy answer of how we capture this. That's kind of why we want to do this next project on preserving skills, because we know that people learn in different ways as well. So we want to do a mixture of oral history, films, as you just saw, step-by-step guides, as well as kind of the technical skills. No, that's not really answered your question, but that's the approach that we've definitely taken. In terms of claiming back skills that have potentially gone, I don't know if there's a simple answer for that, because these people, in 20 years, they're going to be gone. Also in Scotland, it's quite an interesting... Industrial heritage is kind of an interesting topic, and I'd be interested to discuss with partners from other countries. In Scotland, there is still a lot of pain associated with the closures, especially mining, shipbuilding and the steelworks. So there's been a lot of kind of active forgetting, you might say, of industrial past. If you look around Scotland, it goes back to that traditional idea of Scotland. If you look around, a lot of our industrial heritage was knocked down, so that you don't have the visual, that was here as well. So I think to kind of kickstart this process of going, hey, we actually really need to capture these skills before they disappear, we have to do a lot of convincing to the general public who maybe don't want to kind of assimilate industrial heritage into the more traditional Scottish heritage. I don't know if that's really answered your question, but it's a very big problem for us. So I'd be really interested to talk to anyone else actually who has maybe a more concrete answer for that.
Our questions? Yes.
I got a follow-up question. Well, I got a follow-up question.
Yeah.
For the stream, we need a microphone. Please use it for the stream.
That's working? Yeah. So we're one of the sites visit tomorrow in the Kohlewelt, or the Saxony Museum for Coal Mining. And we have a similar problem that the people are dying. Coal mining in Saxony is gone for 50 years now. And I have I don't want to call it a problem, but I have a hard time. I'm in charge of the project interviewing or for oral history, and I have a hard time convincing people that what they have to say is important. I find that really, they think, well, coal mining is gone, so there's no point talking about it. And also we don't want to have the technical stuff, how the machines work, but how the day was working the machine, when we just renewed our whole exhibition, and we have a scenery depicting getting the celery, on one of those little windows. We have a whole room that used to be there for giving out celeries. And so there's people standing there. And when we came up with the scenery, I thought about, well, how were they standing there? How were they standing in line? And we only have like a few pictures, but those were made for the press, so they are not actual real pictures. And were women and men standing together and things like that. And we too don't have that much more people to ask. And when I ask, people think like, well, that's not important. Nobody wants to know that. But actually, that's the stuff that is really, because it's, the everyday stuff. So do you have any tips on that? How to convince people that, whatever they have to say is really important?
So also a big question. I think that's where the role of these museums come in. For example, one of the museums we work with is a local authority museum in North Lanarkshire. That is an extremely poor area, directly linked to the closures of the steelworks. But there is a lot of pride there still. There's a lot of ex-steelworkers that still live there. And this is where the museum, Summerlee Museum, comes into play, because they then have a focus for that pride almost, because if they go out into the area, all the steelworks are gone. So I think really emphasising to the communities around the museum, if people still live there that used to work in these industries, that the museum is, I think Khaled talked about that wonderfully, like the museum being a centre for community. And I think, through that, you see, like more pride from this past, which might then make people more comfortable to speak about that. I did an oral history with my grandma. She used to work in a wool mill. All the time she was like, oh, Rosie, why do you want to hear about this? This is not important. It's a difficult one. Sorry, there was a second part to your question. I've kind of lost track.
You can get an approach, and but they give you the general stuff. They try to give you all the technical, what they think is important.
Yeah.
And for us now, we took a different approach in the exhibition too, really centering the people that worked in coal mining or around it, and giving them a voice or a face or whatever. And so this I found more and more challenging as I talked to people. had a former colleague coming up. She said, in my neighborhood, there's an old man. He's 93 or something, and he used to, be a miner. And there was this big catastrophe happening in 1960, and he was, around that. He can tell you stuff about that. But he was really hesitant about it, if that's really important, what he got to say, and there's so many more. I'm like, no, I want to hear your story because that is unique to all the other ones too.
I'd forgotten what I was going to say, but yes, what I wanted to say was, I think this is where it goes with kind of intangible and tangible go hand in hand. So another example, the National Mining Museum of Scotland. It is in the site of a former colliery, but the pit is not real. So you can go down into a pit, but it's not real. The people who tour you around the pit are ex-miners. And I think, again, if you go through the process, if you bring these people back into the space, back into the industrial, into the factories, down the pit, into the places that they used to be, I think that's going to also help a lot of memories come back. It's like that video with Lily. She's probably not done that in 40 years potentially, but it's like a second nature, and I think that can only come back if you put them in front of the thing they used to do. And I think this is where intangible and tangible are kind of have to go hand in hand, and this has to be linked with your collections. If you have working machinery, even better, because all that goes with that working machinery, the sound, the smell, the touch and the feel, I think that's going to really help people go, oh, I used to do that. And they're going to feel kind of in that space again, and maybe a bit more able to remember because it's kind of right in front of them. I don't know if that kind of answers your question. Okay, perfect.
Konrad.
Okay. Thanks. Does it work? Yeah. Thanks, Rosie, for your presentation. I invite you for our workshop later because I think we work on a very similar project, and we should exchange our thoughts. And that is the first question. How far are your thoughts on the methods you told? You said that you want to use interviews and step-by-step manuals, for example. How far are your thoughts on that kind of methods? Do you develop a method? Have you developed a method? And the second question is, have you ever thought about training the volunteers to document their machines, how they use it and so on?
Yeah, so this project, How to Save a Skill, is very much, that's how we're going to make the process, hopefully. So one thing we want to look at is how different people learn. So, for example, some people will watch a video and go, okay, I know how to do that straight away. Other people will need a step-by-step with pictures, potentially. Other people might rather hear through an oral history of the people who used to do it in a step-by-step way. So we don't have a method, but what we hope through this project is to do all this research, get a method, and then share that with the wider heritage sector, groups like yourself, but also non-industrial museums, because, as you would have heard from Jacob, ICH is not just industrial. In terms of volunteers, I think definitely, because the Powering Our People project, that was very much us as curators and collection staff going to the volunteers and going, help us please, how do you do this? And I think for the most part, they were very happy to do it. They were because a lot of this now is a hobby for them, and I think they were very pleased to be asked and given the responsibility. I think that's also a key factor that, sometimes I think with volunteers we can maybe take them for granted, that they give their time for free. As I said, a lot of them are maybe kind of retired potentially, but if you go back to them and go, oh, you're really good at this, why don't you teach us, give them the responsibility, I think then that they're going to be very willing to teach and hopefully record as well. But yeah, definitely after the workshop, I'd love to chat more about that.
Last question, Peter. I'm sure we will take up this topic in this afternoon in the workshop. There's a workshop, special on this topic, and this is the occasion before the next coffee break to present the 3 workshops. So, but first of all, Rosie, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rosie, and greetings to Jacob in Scotland. Okay, so now a little break. Before break, the 3 workshops.
No, we would kindly ask the workshop leaders, one of the Lea, Lena, who are doing the first workshop, just to briefly present you the workshop so that you have time during coffee break or lunch break to sign up for one of the workshops. Come here. And also, Konrad, be prepared for your second one.
Hello, everyone. As you can see, the title is Future Invisible. I think in the program it said something a bit slightly different. I would just like to emphasize that we will not be focusing on Chemnitz, as it was in the title. It will be slightly different, but we would warmly invite you to our today's workshop and to invite you to some kind of a journey through the past to the future. Basically, what we will be doing, we will be dealing with imagining the life of former factory workers. We will be focusing on the intangible aspects of their leisure time, their daily life outside of the factories. And in that way, you will be asked to form a certain short questionnaire. So you will have to get very creative, and it will be a very relaxing session. To get your mind off all of these lovely presentations. So our goal will be to form a questionnaire about what would you like to ask the former workers, how was their life before. So anything you want to ask, you just write down. And then according to how many people there will be, our aim is to switch the papers with another group. And then this other group will answer the questions that the first group posed. And in that way, the goal will be to also think about your own ERIH sites, if you are involved in one, and to see how those past elements of intangible heritage, how they can be transferred to the present, to the current time, but also how can we use them in order to create new futures, new visions of the future for your own sites and for intangible and industrial heritage in general. So that is more or less the idea. And I think that's it. If you will have any question, please feel free to ask during the coffee break. And yeah, we look forward to see some of you at our workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, we will give you an insight in the topic you've heard before in the presentation, but we will have our focus on a very practical thing, because a lot of museums and volunteers they cannot record their skills and the machines and the crafts in a big movie where they rent the technical things and so on. And so we try to train the volunteers to document their craft themselves. And we wrote a guideline for that. And in our workshop, you will learn how to tie shoelaces, because our focus is on the tacit knowledge. So the knowledge, which is more unconscious and not so sad. So I invite you to learn how to tie your shoelaces in our workshop. And from my experience, I can say there are different techniques.
Okay, and the third workshop is about how can we make intangible heritage in ERIH more visible. We would like to collect ideas, because so far we think it's a little bit underrepresented. So the third workshop will be less creative. We are not going to work on shoelaces or something, but maybe on ideas.
We need also feedback for us, for ERIH, for our work. Okay, find any questions to that? We'll have to that point.
Sign up to the workshops over there.
Don't forget to sign up here on the panel to your right for the workshops. Check the excursions. Have a great coffee break, and we'll be back here.
20 minutes plus.
20 minutes. That means
11:30.
11:30. Okay, thanks.
Was brauchen wir denn?
In der letzten Präsentation ist das eingebettet bei den Kirchen. Das heißt, die starten auch einfach mal gut.
Gut gemacht. Das war schon. Ja, Stellplätze, schwierig, ne? Das ist so einfach.
So please take your seat. You want to continue for next presentations?
Die Präsentation aufmachen hier. Bitte? Nimmst du das Handmikrofon, dann kann ich hier die Präsentation managen. Ja.
We want to continue. So, with the next panel, the panel before lunch. So, the next presentation comes from Alexandra Alves. You know her from yesterday, from Members Day. She's our representative, national representative in Portugal, and she's responsible for the tourism department association of São João de Madeira. Sorry for my spelling. Very important city in Portugal with very attractive industrial heritage. Okay, so Alessandra, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone. Hi, I'm Alexandra from Portugal, and I'm very honored to be here as the national representative of ERIH in Portugal and as the voice of a small city with a powerful industrial identity, São João da Madeira, near to Porto. Today I bring you a project that is still under construction, physically and conceptually, but which already holds strong potential to be a living archive of intangible industrial heritage. The Centro de Memórias da Indústria, Center of Industrial Memories. This is not just about preserving objects or buildings. It's about people, their voices, skills, gestures, sounds, rituals, and emotions embedded in tools, factory spaces, and work rhythmics. The Center of Industrial Memories is a cultural and scientific center dedicated to the collection, research, and dissemination of knowledge about industrial culture in its broadest sense. It will function on 4 main axes. 1, collection and archive, especially oral testimonies and intangible records. 2, research and creation through partnerships, residents, and public engagements. Exhibition and mediation, 3 points, both inside and outside physical space. 4, community participation, giving voice to those often excluded from knowledge production. I want to emphasize that our mission is not about only preserving history, but about activating it through people. We work on 2 main fronts. First, preservation of industrial memory, collecting stories, archiving objects, and supporting the restoration of factory spaces that shaped São João da Madeira's industrial identity. Second, community engagement. Through educational programs, interactive exhibitions, and volunteer initiatives that bring cities back into contact with their industrial roots. Ultimately, our goal is to make industrial heritage something living, participatory, and meaningful for future generations. The Center of Industrial Memory is not a conventional museum. It is conceived as a hybrid space, not a museum, but a living archive, a research lab, and a stage for participation with the same mission as a museum. This hybrid identity reflects our belief that industrial memory must be activated, not only stored. It will include a documentation center, creative studios, temporary exhibition spaces, and a community auditorium. More than preserving what was, we want to rehearse what could be, using memory as a foundation for identity, innovation, and community connection. The Center of Industrial Memories is more than a local structure. It intends to host the Portuguese network of industrial tourism and serve as a national gateway for interpreting industrial culture, especially for visitors who start their tours in São João da Madeira. It will contextualize the visits to active factories by framing the industry as a cultural phenomenon rooted in work, memory, and community. The Memory Center was designed to be lived in and shaped by the community. We work with schools to explore industrial history in creative and participatory ways, connecting past and present. We are collecting testimonies from former factory workers. These are living memories full of emotion and identity. We will celebrate industrial heritage through music, performance, and other cultural activities. The center will be hosting exhibitions with sounds, videos, objects, and personal story to make history sensory and accessible for all. All of this turn the center into a place of connection and creation, where memory is shared and comes to life again. Hello, the center will be housed in the Palacete do Rei da Farinha, a former mansion with deep symbolic meaning. Its activity started even before the building rehabilitation. From the beginning, we wanted to choose an outside-in approach. Open memory days, exhibitions in the streets, memory cafes in local bars, and co-authored performance inside factories. The goal is to start the relationship before the walls exist, so that when the house is ready, the community already lives in it, emotionally and symbolically. We highlight two essential pillars of our exhibitions: innovation and tradition. Innovation because we intend to present exhibitions that explore the techniques and technologies that drove industrial progress. This is a way to recognize the creativity and the adaptability of Portuguese industry. At the same time, we celebrate manual labor and artisanal knowledge under the tradition pillar. These are gestures with story, passed down through generations, allowing us to understand how industry has evolved. These two dimensions, innovation and tradition, help us tell a more complete story of industry shaped by people, knowledge, and transformation. The Center of Industrial Memories is more than a local structure. Now I will like to share with you the video of the scale model of the future Center of Industrial Memories project. Oh, no. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. We believe that intangible industrial heritage is not what disappears. It is what survives inside people and between people. It's not about rebuilding the past. It's about building the present through memory, and use memory as a tool for civic identity, education, tourism, and regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. It's a real impressive and ambitious project. You're preparing. When is the opening planned?
We are waiting for funding for the construction,
yeah.
But we hope next 3 years. Sorry, we hope for the next 3-4 years. We hope.
So good luck for funding.
Yes.
Now our floor is open for questions. To Alessandra.
It's okay. Perfect. to the coffee.
Peter.
Peter. Always Peter. Slow, Peter, please.
What? Another Peter?
Go ahead, Peter, and then Kilian.
Okay, I have a quite short question only. How did you get in contact with your community? Do you invite them, or do you make announcements in the newspaper, or do you go there and talk to them first? How is your technique to find these people?
All of them, the techniques. So we call them because we have a database with the contacts of all the ancient workers in the town. And we put in the paper, in the journal too, to call for the memory days. Yes.
Kilian?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm kind of jealous that you in Portugal plan to do such impressive work, because in Switzerland we could only dream about something like that. But I have still a nuts and bolts question. What's the budget for this project?
The budget is 4 million. 4 million.
4 million, yeah.
It's a big project.
Rosie and Kirsten. Rosi, hinten hat sich gemeldet.
Is this working? Hello. Yeah, thanks for really inspiring presentation. I'm particularly inspired by this kind of shift in your thinking about ICH is not what's gone, but it's still definitely there in the people. I was going to ask kind of how did you come to that conclusion in a way, because I think the way we're thinking, particularly in Scotland, is that it is going and that it is something that's kind of slipping away. What kind of made you realise that actually it's the other way around? Was it one kind of thing you went, okay, actually this stuff, this knowledge is still there, or was it kind of a build-up as you work towards this project?
Yeah, we build it because like you, we are the same problem in Portugal. The ancient are dying. So we need to preserve these skills, these memories. And we work in São João da Madeira since 2012. This dimension about industrial tourism, heritage, since the construction of the Het Museum since 2005, we have this preoccupation. So this is not yesterday. This is a long way.
But you're still living industry in South
Yes.
Carolina. Yeah? This is
We
perhaps
are
essential
living-
for it, no?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring lecture. I think it's very interesting that it's a touristic project, not going from the technical museums or industrial museums, but from the touristic people, isn't it?
No. Because the museums are also for tourists, no?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. We are in the same table. No, this is a scientific project, okay? But we don't want to be a museum.
Yeah, okay.
Because the museum is too close.
So what is your target group then?
We have
Everyone.
Everyone. Yeah, because we are, this project is the one partner we have. We have three industrial museums in the town, the real museum, okay? The real museum. And we have a lot of factories that open this door to make visits tour, okay? This one, it's another one partnership to move the people in the town to know how the industry becomes very important in our country.
Ah, okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
My impression is that in Sauchau, the link between the culture and museums and the tourism is very strong.
Yeah.
And this is not evident, not at all.
Yeah. We work a lot with the museums, with the people who liked the industrial heritage, but we are very sensitive for the tourist people because they are different, but the museum have the mission to promote her culture to everyone, and the tourists are also one type of person that we need to work with. So this is why I understand that.
Okay, if you find any other questions, thank you very much. So we change from the outer west of Europe to the east, to the southeast, to Greece. Now, the three are coming. Come on, to the scene. Now we're going to Athens, to Technopolis. And Maria Floru, Argiro Bazzi, and Georgia Lazarou. So, voilà, from Technopolis. Maria is director of the museum, Technopolis, and Argi is responsible for audience development, if I have understood right. And Georgia, you are an artist, visual artist, so we are looking forward to the presentation from Greece.
Hi everyone, thank you for the introduction. So I'm Maria again, this is Argiro, and this is Georgia. We are representing the Industrial Gas Museum in Athens. We will present to you our thoughts, our plans about intangible heritage and how we have chosen to use it in our museum, and the events and programs we are organizing. But first of all, I would like to introduce you, to present you the gaswork of Athens and the surrounding area of Gazi, a few things about that. The gasworks was founded in Gazi in 1857, and in 1862 a gas holder and a retorts house are in function. The Greek press was welcoming illuminated gas as a giant step towards European culture. It was actually an economic boost for Athens of the 19th century. The district around the gasworks develops quickly, however is populated by the workers of the gasworks and hosting criminals and sex workers. In the 1930s, the gasworks becomes a municipal company. It was a private company before, but gradually the number of coal gas consumers is dropping down. In the 1970s and 80s, the workers and the residents protest for the financial ruin of the company and demand restructuring. In 1984, the gasworks close and the transitional period to the natural gas era begins. Meanwhile, in Gazi, they lived refugee families from Crete, Asia Minor, workers of the gasworks, sex workers, as mentioned before, craftsmen, and general underprivileged people. Finally, in 1986, the Ministry of Culture declared the site a listed historical monument. A new use is given to the site with three purposes: cultural events, organizing cultural events, to become a hub for technological innovations, and to become a museum. In 1999, Technopolis, and since then, is a well-known cultural center in Athens that hosts many events such as music concerts, exhibitions, thematic festivals, and accepts approximately 1 million visitors per year. It promotes sciences and technology and cares for its past. Now, the Industrial Gas Museum, it took a little bit to become true. It opened its doors to the public in 2013. Our mission is to understand, preserve, and promote the old gasworks history. Our vision is the industrial heritage to become a source of inspiration, creativity, and active participation for all. Our museum is actually a museum route, and it involves 13 stops and 6 buildings. It was designed based on the production line that you see of making gas light out of imported coal. They had to purify it, to measure it, and keep it in the large gas holders until the distribution to the city, to the streets, to the buildings, and the other factories. When the gasworks was in function, it was considered to be out of date and caused many problems to the area due to pollution. But when the people of Technopolis in 2011 decided to make the museum route, we were very lucky because the machinery, all the machinery were in situ and enough objects to help us design the route. Moreover, the museum route does not only present the machinery and the buildings, but also gives information of the modern history of Athens, as well as for people who were involved, such as the inventors, the entrepreneurs, the businessmen, the people of the companies, and most of all, the workers. The workers, since the beginning of the gasworks, more than a century ago, share elements of common everyday life. Many of the workers lived originally in the area of Gazi, as mentioned, but they also met in the dining room inside the gasworks, in the bathrooms, the hairdresser, or the infirmary. All those buildings were inside the gasworks. They went to the supermarket owned by the company, and they had their own newspaper. Many of them, since 1920s, belonged to the Workers' Association. They even had a football team after the war. And all this eventually created common celebrations, new customs, such as the custom of the retire's fake funeral, Argyro will explain later on, a yearly litany to honor Santa Barbara on the 4th of December, celebration of New Year and Easter, children's summer camp, and Sundays excursions. Also, the supply of milk by the company, or to share a basic snack, made their connection with the gasworks, their company, and their colleagues even stronger. All these were not part of a collection before the IGM. With the help of a historian and the museological team, many workers were interviewed, and some of them still are. And we even tried to involve inhabitants who gave us invaluable information and personal testimonies about the surrounding area of Gazi, the smells, the atmosphere, the connections with the rest of the industrial area and Piraeus Street, which is an industrial zone.
Hi. And as Maria said, all this fragile and very sensitive part of our museum collection, which is already included in our museum route, inspires us, and we use them as creative elements to create activities and cultural events. And we truly believe that it's a great way to preserve them and give them the needed space in our activity schedule. So our team places the field of creative learning very high in our list of priorities. We know that in children's eyes, the history of gasworks can be very, very difficult, full of technical terms, and even more distant from our days. So by using all this story and testimonies, we can make all this information more vivid, playful and interesting, even from the very young ages of 3 years old. It is a great way to shrink the chronological gap and make the technical history of 19th century our contemporary history. So our activities and programs for school groups incorporates testimonies, voices and habits of the workers in order to stimulate kids' imagination and interest, as it is known that the more vivid and interactive the way is, the more easily knowledge will come. So we have designed sensory hands-on stops that are included in the main museum route. As you can see, the yellow boxes over there. and allow the youngest visitors to interact with the everyday life of the factory and the production line as well. We plan treasure hunts inside the gasworks in which all these human stories are maintained, amplifying an intense sense of mystery. And at the same time, role-play games and art labs can shape and light up certain sides of gaswork stories, as it is a great way to create a common and more intimate language with our kids that taking part in our activities. So, museum theatre takes a great place in our field of acting as well. There are many theatre performances that have been inspired from the testimonies of our collection, and we are going to mention 3 of them. First, Marika from Gazochori is a theatrical monologue in which Marika, a sex worker who used to live nearby the gasworks, narrates her personal story and compares the act of sex with gas production stages. After that, we have organized a theatrical guided tour in cooperation with a theatrical group entitled Who is Holding the Lantern? An actor transformed into different characters that were related somehow to the old factory, for example, King Otto, or a young typewriter, or the doctor of the factory. And as the stories of each character were unfolding, the whole history of the factory was unfolding too. And the theatrical act came across to a great success, and soon we realized that there was a need to combine the history of the factory with the history of the area around it. So, again, in cooperation with the same group, we have scheduled a theatrical tour called Next Stop Gazochori, where the starting point is in our museum, in Industrial Gas Museum, and the actors continue to outside of its boundaries by unfolding the history of the area around the factory through time. And last but not least, again for adults, we have late night events where the museum route is open to the visitors until midnight, and there are DJ sets in the museum stops. We choose to mention our last event, last February, as we found really interesting the fact that the set took place inside the new water gas building, which is very impressive for its mechanical equipment and industrial aesthetics. And the musician who collaborated with used testimonies, phrases, and voices of the workers to combine them with electro beats and create a unique mixtape, especially for that night. So all these steps guided us to plan and organize something bigger and more inclusive. And our hero will be more specific.
Hello. The small world of all gasworks, the shared habits, customs and tradition of its workers, the relationship, the natural solidarity among them inspired us to create through new collaborations the first art and memory festival, the Roots of Gas. For this festival, we worked with RISES, a small group of young entrepreneurs who in recent years have been organizing festivals of traditional Greek music and dance, attracting thousands of visitors, especially young people aged from 25 to 35 years old. The group RISES started this initiative during the lockdown when everyone missed socializing, dancing, music, and even our villages, our places of origin. This collaboration, even though it brought together two very different teams, was based on a shared vision. We wanted to revive and honor the history of old gasworks and its people who once worked there. The workers and the Athenian gasworks often said that they were like a family. They came from every corner of Greece, bringing with them their habits, their music, dances, and the food they shared during celebration and meal breaks, and their stories told in casual conversations in the baths and corridors. One tradition, Maria told about it, the mock funeral held when a worker retired, was accompanied by Greek traditional music and resembled a musical performance known in Greek as patinada. I think patinada is an Italian derived word. Okay. Patinada in many Greek islands accompanies the bride to the church on her wedding day. Their customs and traditions left their mark on Gazi and shaped this unique neighborhood of Athens. The festival aimed to interpret the past, the history of the old gaswork, which is, by the way, the one most important part of the modern history of Athens, in a creative and alternative way. Art installations, traditional music, folk tales, theatrical performances, and the revival of old customs introduced visitors to the unique small world of the old factory. Inspired by the elements of the site, fire, water, coal, and light, as well as the memories of the people that have been preserved over time, 4 young artists created works that interacted with the architecture and the history of this factory. These installations remained on display at the museum even after the festival night. At the same time, visitors had the opportunity to enjoy storytelling sessions, polyphonic singing, and a concert with melodies inspired by collective memory and folk tradition. The audience also watched short theatrical performances that brought to life the stories of ex-workers. To close the evening, a musical performance revived this ceremony, this special ceremony, once held by the workers to honor their colleagues who were retiring. Was the program? Okay. Thank you. This slide, these 2 images, you can see the revival of the mock funeral through the musical performance. The festival helped us reach a wider audience. Young people who followed Rize's group and visited Technopolis discovered the history of this factory. They realized that the courtyard where they now celebrate and dance was once full of coal. They spoke with former workers, learned their stories, and connected with them through art. We also built a strong relationship with many ex-workers who until then were not very supportive. Through this event, the ex-workers felt honored, especially through something so open, lively, full of people of all ages and interests. They also reconnected with one another, shared conversations, laughed, teased each other, had fun, and even asked us to organize the next gathering soon. Our collection was enriched with new items donated to the museum. We also managed to run a social media campaign raising awareness about the history of the old factory, the habits, the traditions of the people who worked there more than a century. We also created a new network of collaborations with contemporary artists, young entrepreneurs, and the local community. We had the chance to experiment and explore a creative approach that aimed to raise awareness about cultural heritage, not only for the protection of the monument, but most importantly for the generations of people who worked there and their stories. This is the video. It is a short clip by the film Gazi by Dimitris Stavrakas, dated in 1967, which features the mock funeral tradition.
Ο γέρος από αύριο παίρνει τη σύνταξή του. Σύμφωνα με το παλιό έθιμο, την προηγούμενη μέρα οι συνάδελφοί του τον ψευτοκυδεύουν. με όργανα και ταμπούρλα, τον τριγυρίζουν μέσα στη φάμπρικα να δει για τελευταία φορά το μέρος που δούλεψε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very inspiring to see the potential of art you're using for an intangible heritage. And I have to go where. But later to that. So, questions? Rosie?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm particularly interested in when you were talking about incorporating smell and sensory things. We're actually, depending on funding, as always, hopefully embarking upon a smell project in Scotland as well. And I was just wondering if you've got any tips or advice about how to actually incorporate it, because I think there's a difference between like smells, like the place where we were last night, it inherently smelled of the machines, right? And then maybe what you were doing is kind of putting in the smells in the space. And I was wondering why you took one approach versus the other, and maybe any advice you could give on someone else embarking on a smell project.
Both kinds of smells. We have the smells of the factory, of the gasworks, and we have the smells that we put in, but Georgia is responsible for this.
Well, actually, we are lucky on this sector because the factory keeps the old smells and all the malodors, and we choose to put all the sensory tools, as you mentioned, in order to visualize the sense of smell. So it comes. Μαζί με το ήδη υπάρχουν στοιχεία.
Yes, it goes together.
It goes together with the malodor of the site. So,
but also the smells, the surrounding area smells came upon to us after having the oral testimonies from the inhabitants. Mainly, and from the workers. I mean, there were workers saying to us that I was going to my work, to the gasworks, and I smell cookies from the close cookies industry. I mean, yeah. Or I was smelling a bad smell from the from leather, from. Yes, from industry leaders, yes. So.
But we don't smell sulfur, but yes, we cannot smell sulfur, but kids smell an egg, and they said, oh yeah, yes, it smells like a rotten egg, but it's not a rotten egg. It's okay.
Another questions? If not, so we thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we have a last presentation. Here you are.
The last between lunch.
The last before lunch. By the way, you can see here the graphic recording, our graphic minutes growing here. So, our last presentation. We're going back to Germany, to the German Mining Museum. Sandra Bartelt, who is part of the directory of the museum, and Dörte Schmidt, who is responsible for
everything.
Audience development and
we introduce
formation. You introduce yourselves. So, what's yours?
So, good day and a warm Glück auf to all of you. Glück auf is, as many of you know, a traditional miner's greeting. It's still used today. The phrase originated in the Saxon Ore Mountains and made it to the whole way to the Ruhr area, where it is still used today on a daily basis, at least in our museum. The phrase expresses the hope that a seam of ore will open, and with it, the promise of a safe return from underground. A small phrase, but full of meaning. My name is Sandra Badelt. I am the head of the program section Museum Transfer at the German Mining Museum Bochum. It includes the departments of exhibitions, educations, events, digital engagement, and visitor research.
Yes, hello. And my name is Dörte Schmidt. I'm a research associate in the Department of Education, and I coordinate our museum's vibrant community of volunteer miners. Together, we represent the German Mining Museum, Leibniz Research Museum for Georesources, one of the world's leading institutions dedicated to the heritage of mining. We are delighted to introduce the joint research project, The Language of Coal Miners as Intangible Cultural Heritage, a collaboration between universities in Germany and East Midlands in the UK.
This international project explores the language of miners, their slang, their greetings, their unique turns of phrase, and how these expressions carry emotional and social meaning. It examines how mining language is shifting from a professional jargon into a regional marker of identity. And it seeks to document this transformation before these linguistic traces are lost. The aim of the project is to document, analyze, and preserve the richness and diversity of miners' language, supported by local narratives, academic research, and the active involvement of museums like ours to ensure the sustainable safeguarding of this intangible cultural heritage. The core research team, our dear colleagues Nantke Pecht, Natalie Braber, Evelyn Ziegler, and John Bellamy, unfortunately cannot be with us here today, but we will do our best to represent their work and explain how the research is being carried out, both methodologically and practically. We hope you'll enjoy these early insights to this newly started project founded by the Arts and Humanities Research Fund in the UK.
Founded in 1930, the Deutsches Bergbaumuseum Bochum is a Leibniz Research Museum for Georesources. Our mission to collect, preserve, study, and communicate the material heritage of mining, regionally, nationally, and internationally. We explore mining above and below ground, both literally and figuratively, and bring its stories to live under one roof. Our research focuses on archaeometallurgy, mining archaeology, material science, and mining history, supported by our research laboratory and the Montan-Doc, the Mining History Documentation Center. Through the 4 thematic tours of our permanent exhibition, hard coal, mining, mineral resources, and art, and our visitor mine, we make the complexity and fascination of mining tangible for all audiences.
We have a little insight into our visitor mine, without music unfortunately, but just to give you an impression. This has been done it's a one-shot video done by a drone. We are extremely proud of this. It was a highly complicated matter, and we have basically banned the whole museum in a one-shot video drone, which you can find on our website if you're interested.
Yes, on YouTube, yes.
Yes, on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. So, this is our group of former miners. Our group was founded 11 years ago, and I've had the privilege of coordinating it ever since. The volunteer miners are among the last eyewitnesses of underground mining work. They carry practical knowledge and lived experience that will soon no longer be accessible in this form. For our museum, they are an invaluable asset, not only because of their expertise, but also because they are incredibly well received by the public. They share their underground experience in a variety of educational formats. Over the years, they have actively represented the museum, served as contacts for journalists, filmmakers, and artists, and have played a key role in outreach projects. They are also deeply involved in this research project, contributing valuable linguistic and personal insights.
Why compare these two regions? From a historical perspective, the East Midlands of the UK and the Ruhr area show remarkable parallels. Underground coal mining began in both regions in the 18th century and ended only recently, in 2015 and 2018 respectively. The decline of the industry triggered far-reaching societal transformations in both cases. From a language ecological perspective, we find comparable conditions for what they call mining languages, underground and above ground. At the same time, there are important differences. Socially, the regions have developed distinct strategies for redefining identity, community, and belonging in the post-mining era. Linguistically, miners in the UK and Germany naturally use different dominant languages and dialects, for example, local varieties of English and German. However, due to labor migrations and mobility, we also find overlaps in the contact varieties spoken underground. In both regions, Polish-speaking miners worked alongside their British or German counterparts. One particularly striking example is the term motek, which appears in both the German and the British data sets. Did I pronounce it wrong? Is it Oh, say it loud. Motek. But we say motek.
In our music, motek, yes.
Yes, there's a certain kind of hammer, yes. You made me stuck in my presentation. Okay. The development of mining languages is shaped by the unique social environments underground. Mines often expanded rapidly and were located in remote areas. Labor shortages were common, and local populations were either untrained or reluctant to work underground. To address this, mining companies recruited widely, bringing in workers from different regions, countries, and linguistic backgrounds. Within the result was a highly multi-ethnic workforce. Within this context, social hierarchies emerged between skilled and unskilled laborers, between language groups, and often among ethnic lines. These dynamics had a direct impact on how miners communicated. In some regions, they led to a specialized technical vocabulary. In others, entirely new linguistic varieties developed, rooted in contact and necessity. Communication underground is defined by the physical constraints of the mining environment. The darkness of the mine makes clear oral communication absolutely essential. Visibility is low, and combined with the constant noise from the machinery, this also increases the importance of non-verbal signals, such as gestures or touch. In such settings, workers often developed a shared lingua franca, a functional common language enriched with specific mining terminology. This so-called underground language helped bridge linguistic divides. Interestingly, this meant that different languages were often spoken below and above ground. The language underground was rarely that of the mine owners, but rather the practical language of the workers themselves.
The project goals are fourfold. To investigate linguistic variation within mining language, to systematically document salient linguistic features and how they are used, to develop effective ways of representing this linguistic heritage in collaboration with museums, and to analyze how mining language may contribute to identity and regeneration in former coal mining regions. To capture the richness of mining language, we work with a broad mix of methods. We use lexical questionnaires and sense relation networks based on established methods by Jambas and Braber to gather written data. We conduct interviews with former miners and their families, including joint interviews that often reveal how language was shared across generations. In Germany and the UK, we record live guided tours by former miners in underground visitor mines, like at the DBM. And we document the linguistic landscape. Photographs of mining items, tools, signs, and written traces of mining language in everyday environments. This multi-method approach allows us to explore not just words, but the words they come from. Here are some examples of special mining terms from the East Midlands. This is an example for a lexical questionnaire from the UK data. In the German part of the study, we use a sense relation network methods to explore mining vocabulary in a structured way. This example shows data related to equipment and life underground. Participants are asked to respond to prompts grouped into thematic categories such as lifts, beams and scantling, pieces of coal, explosive or dangerous. The goal is to elicit terms that miners used in everyday practice and to trace how these lexical fields are connected through meaning association of function. This example shows the richness of our interview data. Here, a former miner explains how a compressed air-powered trolley, technically known as a Zuglaufkatze, was nicknamed Biene Maya. I guess you know Biene Maya by the team. This kind of linguistic creativity only surfaces in first-hand accounts. The story reflects not just terminology, but also humor, teamwork, and local knowledge, elements that rarely appear in technical glossaries. It's a perfect example of how interviews help us uncover the lived language of mining. In addition to interviews, we also record guided tours led by former miners, like here at the Deutsches Bergbaumuseum. These audio recordings capture how mining knowledge is passed on in practice, often with technical terms like skip, which refers to the large container used to transport coal or materials. It's not just about the vocabulary itself, but about how it's explained, remembered, and embedded in storytelling.
Mining language also lives on in public spaces. A part of the linguistic and visual landscape, we see the development of a broader indexical value of mining and mining expressions for local identity construction. This is nowhere as visible as in the heritage scape. The images show monuments in Essen and Durham, UK, honoring miners and their labor. These symbols have become part of local identity. We also see this in popular culture. Schalke 04 on the left, founded by sons of miners in Gelsenkirchen, stands for working class pride. The club's motto says it all, gegründet von Kumpeln und Malochern, founded by miners and hard workers. On the left, you can see the Mara statue in Horden, UK. Mara means mate, and just like Kumpel. It's a powerful example of how mining heritage is remembered and reimagined through language and place. Mining language leaves traces not just in memories, but on the map too. These street names from the Ruhr and the East Midlands show how deeply mining is rooted in local identity. Looking ahead, the project just started and it will continue to record, transcribe and preserve the spoken language of miners, making it accessible for future generations. The results will be shared with the public through exhibitions and digital formats, inviting participation and personal contributions. Our aim is to spark reflection, strengthen community ties, and help make visible what is often overlooked, the rich linguistic heritage of mining as a vital form of intangible cultural heritage. We like to close with the voice of a former miner from the Ruhr area, 72 years old. It's very short, you have to. And there's no sound.
So we have to say.
We have to say it. It's basically he wishes you a good day and a herzliches Glück auf. And this recording was made during a guided tour, an interaction with visitors. The greetings you hear come at the end of the or you didn't hear in this case, at the very end of the tour, and is part of the lived cultural experience. Many of our tour guides still end their tours with this traditional phrase. So also from us both, Glück auf.
Thank you very much for giving us an inspiring insight in another aspect of intangible heritage.
Jetzt Glück auf.
Glück auf.
So.
Okay, questions from auditory.
Started, and so we don't have so much material.
But there was a question over there.
Thank you. It's a very interesting project, and I'm very interested in the results. So you said it has just started, but I'm curious, is it planned to look in other mining regions in Germany?
No, it isn't. Soll ich anfangen? Yeah. No, it isn't planned. The focus is on the comparison between UK and Germany, of these two regions.
Because this is a funded research project, so of course to get the funding you have to precisely draw the project plan, but that doesn't mean that in the future there might be other additions to this project.
I asked this question before from Rosie, but here to the question: how do you approach people, or what is your way to approach, and how you get them to? Because I guess you have to talk to people in order to know how they talk and which wording they use. And that's the first question. The second one is you mentioned Polish workers, which is like the similarity, and is there a general focus too on the extra workers, like Turkish workers and stuff? And are you also looking there into language differences or specialities?
Shall I? Soll ich mal erstmal anfangen?
Ja, wir fangen.
Yeah. We have a large community of former miners, and they have another relations to another former miners. So the community is really large, and we will make also publicity in journals or of social media to reach another interesting people to share with us and with the researchers. And the second, okay.
Well, the Polish and all the other ethnic groups, they are really embedded in our area. So when you speak with the miners, you will also have miners with the Polish heritage or with the Spanish heritage, so this is very, very embedded. I think half of our area has roots like myself in the Polish community, so very, very strong, and in England too. So you would just have them when you talk with the miners. Well, it's quite easy.
But in the Ruhr area, we have also workers from Turkey, Italy, Greece, and the project is addressed to these workers too, former workers.
Seems to me that the project is a good example that you need in industrial heritage. You need a regional approach, but also an international European approach. And with your natural project, it's just what you're doing. You're focusing on regions, but also you're focusing on a broader binational, international view.
There is one question.
Here, Julia.
Thank you so much. I've got a short question. Do you include proverbs in your studies?
Yes, proverbs, nicknames, sometimes they are
abbreviations.
Yes, the former miners used in the mine, and this kind of vocabulary is not fixed in glossaries or so on.
So it's even more important to get these now, because we face the same problems like everybody, because our group of miners is getting smaller and smaller every year, and it's especially harder to gain new ones for the voluntary work, because of course in our area there are many industrial museums and colleagues from Zollverein and Dortmund. So it's a bit of a competition to gain these people for our museum work. But there will be less and less, of course, as the years go on. Yeah.
I have a question about the guiding tour in the Bergbau Museum and your guides. For those who are the former coal miners, it's obviously natural to use all of those specific terms, etc., during the guiding. Even those terms are, from time to time, completely understandable, not understandable for the visitors. But for the next generations of the guides, it's a kind like a next step, or you have a kind like a program to teach them that this device or this machine or even this simple tool have a completely different term in a real communication between the miners.
Yeah. That's exactly the process we have to figure out. Of course, we have the miners who do the tours, and we have regular tour guides, because the amount of visitors cannot be handled by our 16 voluntary miners. So they right now are teaching and giving for the whole knowledge. But of course, for the future, if we have no miners left, we have to come up with other ideas. We have started to have digital tours, but right now with avatars and not with real miners. But I think maybe in the future we will have that. The other thing that we have a large project called Menschen im Bergbau, Humans in Mining, which is done by our colleagues from the Montandoc, and they collected lots of videos of interviews to certain topics which are accessible on our website. So this is also sometimes we use these videos for special exhibitions, for example.
You want to have your young guides use the slang, the traditional slang, or not?
Yes, but of course it's less authentic.
It could be difficult sometimes.
Yes, it could be difficult, and this is why the miners are so immensely loved by our audience, because I mean they're so authentic, and it's such a joy, and this will be very hard to replace. I have to be honest, yeah.
May I ask one more question?
Mm-hmm.
With the language and the coal mining sense of humor, which is a little bit
yes.
Maybe I don't want to say old-fashioned. It's absolutely a part of tradition.
Yes,
We also observe this, Lucia, may I say that we also observe this during the feast of Santa Barbara Day, which is very, very traditional one. And for those of you who knows how it works, this tradition, many years ago, it was only allowed to men to celebrate this during the Bergbau Fest. And the jokes which they say are usually, let's say, impolite according the political, etc., etc.
That's true.
Yeah, and so this is a very tricky and important thing, that if the former coal miners guiding the groups, this is like you said them, guys, maybe it is improper to mention about this, this, and this, or it's just like a, freelance, and they said what they can even. According to them, this is a part of tradition. Yeah. This is as always as to be. So if you would like to keep intangible heritage, it must be pure and natural, not a fake. So this is a really interesting, also from the linguistic point of view.
Yeah. Yes, you're absolutely right. We had cases and situations, and if I can say I'm talking out of the, like for example, there's a shovel that is called the Weiberarsch, the ladies.
This is this example I would like.
Like the ladies behind, because there's a story behind it, or someone sitting in the snow and making a form in the snow that looks like the shovel. So I noticed that we never have any complaints, because of course our miners are charming. Very, very, very charming and funny, and mostly people don't react on this. But we had another case where, do you know the Dahlbusch bombe, which is like a bullet, life-size bullet form, where you can rescue miners out of a broken down stuff. So when a miner would compare this to the birth of a human being, and you have a young mother or a pregnant woman who felt like, ugh, this is really an unpleasant imagery, then it might have happened that I got an email afterwards, and then we tried to mediate, to like talk with the miner and make clear that if you have, that's an unpleasant imagery for a woman, and please don't say that again. So then we try to mediate and talk with the women and try to make up for it. So, but it happens really rarely. We have almost no complaints, I have to say. But you are very right. It's a sensitive topic, and one that I see more and more in younger women. There is much more sensibility in younger women today than in my age group, of course. Yeah, and so this is something we need to address when it occurs. But right now, it's not really a problem for us.
Okay, if there aren't any further questions, thank you very much, Sandra Badelt and Dirk Schmidt. So there's only one thing left for lunch.
Give me a sec.
For this video.
Three. Yeah.
And for that, I need Maria on the floor. Again. Maria, just a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Maria, floor is yours.
Hi again. So the next year's conference will be held in Athens, in Gasworks of Athens, in the old Gasworks of Athens, which is now called Technopolis. from the 28th to the 30th of October. So we have two venues which used to be part of the old gasworks. The gas holder number 1, where there is a very modern auditorium inside the gas holder, and the purifier building. And here is the auditorium inside the gas holder. This gas holder is dated back in the. It's the first one. It is dated from 1860s. Outside, and it hosts also the municipal radio of Athens. And there is this auditorium, which is actually very modern. It has been nominated for, I don't know, for the best architectural design the last years for an auditorium. So we are very proud of it now. It's quite big. It's for 300 people. And I think it suits us very well. And here are some more info about it. There is a small lobby in the entrance with a small cafe. And this is the second building where, well, we can use it for whatever we want, actually, for catering or for our workshops. It used to be the purifier building. We mentioned before sulfur dioxide that was smelling like a rotten egg. So behind this wall, there are actually purifier tanks, very large. We will show them to you. And it is dated in, I think, 1890s, 900 about. So we do in this lots of educational activities, we as a museum, but we also host other cultural events and sometimes big exhibitions. And this is again from an exhibition. And there is an underground floor as well. And just a few things about that. Just a few things again for Technopolis. It's a really big space in the city center of Athens. We are very lucky to have an open space like that in the city center, and it is about 25,000 square meters big. There is a museum shop and a cafe also, and that's more or less. We are expecting you all to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your offer. Thank you very much for your offer to host us next year for the annual conference. We are looking forward to, of course, and we'll see next year in Athens. So, before there's any soup for you, first of all, be sure that you have registered for the workshops this afternoon. Second, you know that if you're the second or third time here in our conference, there's the group photo. And there's no soup if there's no group photo. So everyone comes together for the group photo. We will take it in the exhibition, in the museum. So we will get back to the entrance and go right into the main entrance to the exhibition. There will be a group photo with everyone. And then afterwards, the soup is down here. So we'll meet again here, and we'll. And you have also checked the excursions. Also, workshops this afternoon, excursions tomorrow. Check at the panel down there. Now we'll meet for the photo, for the group photo, then lunch here, back here, and we'll continue with presentations at 2:15. Okay. And for the people who are in the stream, say goodbye. We won't have a lunch for you, of course, the streaming. So, and as I said, the presentations will begin at 2:15.
So, jetzt, oder?
Ja. So, we want to begin with our afternoon session. Please come back and sit down. And also my three guests on the podium. Come on to the podium. There's only 3 microphones for 4 people. It will work out.
My glasses? No, not necessary. I was not.
So, only one short remark, perhaps for those who were not at our Members' Day yesterday. You've seen the papers here on the great door. Someone of you might have asked him or herself, what is this? This is an overview of the work packages of ERIH for the next year in the framework of our EU-funded program. This is the structure of the work packages, and we want just from you a feedback. What could be your input? What is interesting for us? What is your challenges in these topics? Please give us an additional feedback for those who were not with us on the Members' Day yesterday. Thank you. So now we come to a different topic. We are here again at an European capital of culture. So, and we have representatives of several European capital of cultures in the past. So best opportunity for an exchange with experiences with this format of ECC. Actually, first of all, I'll present you my guest here on the podium. To my left, Anne-Catherine Richard. She is the director of the Centre National de la Culture Industrielle, CNCI, in Esch-sur-Alzette, at Luxembourg. Many of you perhaps remember we have been there at 2022 in Esch-sur-Alzette for our annual conference. She served for the European capital Esch 22 as head of partnerships, so things like sponsorship, partnerships, acquisition in public and private sectors, and this is where she specialized also in fundraising, philanthropy, fundraising and things like that. And now she's the director of this Centre National. In the middle, I don't have really to present to you Susanne Richter, where we are the host in the museum. She is the director of this association, which carries and manages this network of 4 museums, industrial museums here in Saxony. She's an art historian, has been in the museum sector for years, for example, in the printing museum in Leipzig nearby for several years. So, and last but not least, Thomas Rabor. You know him from yesterday, as he is the national representative for the Czech Republic. Actually, he is the owner of his own travel agency, an incoming agency for quality traveling to Pilsen, Pilsenscheu, but also he was an active partner at the European Capital of Culture in Pilsen, 2015. We have been there also with ERIH at that time. And at that time, he had been working for quite a decade. He had been working for the main commercial partner of the European capital at that time, the Pilsen Brewery. And up to now, he's very active in the development of industrial heritage, tourism, and management in Czech Republic, and a national representative. So, these are my guests. Perhaps some remarks for the beginning. It's perhaps not... We think it should be obvious that industrial heritage is a part of the European capital of culture. It is perhaps not self-evident. Not everyone combines European capital of culture with industrial heritage. But nevertheless, there have been quite some cities. We have heard about Pilsen, about Esch. very prominent. Perhaps the first one was Liverpool, 2008, which pointed highly to industrial heritage, but also perhaps less well-known Elefsina in Greece, very interesting also European capital, an industrial town, a small industrial town, who relied also with the application on industrial heritage. And of course, there are some, if you review that, there are some topics which are recurrent, like culture and transformation, cultural reuse of industrial sites, and of course, regional identity. And this is the topics we want to talk about and want to hear about. Is this format of a European capital of culture an added value for us? Is it a motor for industrial heritage? Of course, also the question, vice versa, is industrial heritage a motor for the format of a European capital of nature? So, to begin, as I said, it's perhaps not obvious that industrial heritage is a key theme in the bid from the outset. I remember from Ruhr 2020 in Essen for the Ruhrgebiet. At the very beginning, of course, it was clear that industrial heritage should play a role in this bid. But at the beginning, it was not so clear, and this has grown from bid to bid. And in the course of a year, and at the end, industrial heritage was the heart of of this European capital in Essen and Ruhrgebiet. But it was not so clear at the beginning. So you can see people don't trust so much in the beginning in the power of industrial heritage. So my question is, how was it here? Perhaps to begin with Chemnitz. Was it clear from the beginning that the industrial heritage is one of the key topics? And is it one of the key topics, and how it developed?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Yes. I was not responsible for the bid book, but as far as I know, and my experience for 3 years here in Chemnitz, I think the first impact was democracy and doing something from not top down but bottom up. And this was a very bottom up process. And with a lot of ideas coming together in the first bid book, then was sharpened for the second one. And so there, I don't know if by incident or because of a lot of museums, a lot of activities, a lot of industrial heritage related projects came out of it. And in my opinion, and maybe it was not so clear from the beginning, because, for example, the Maker Hubs I was talking in the morning, so nobody could really imagine what this means. And I think now it's working now. Mm-hmm. We see all these connections and between all these different hubs and projects and activities, and you can say a bigger part of it is related to industrial heritage.
It was a process, obviously.
Yeah, it was
a growing process. Was it the same in Pilsen? Pilsen is a bit of a special case because Pilsen is a city and it's a brand.
Yes, we actually we competed with Ostrava, the city of Ostrava, and the decision was between Pilsen or Ostrava. We still are friends with the people from Ostrava, but as you know, we won at the end. Actually, there is a little story to that. I remember that the head of the committee, he spent together with the other people quite lots of time in the brewery, taking the tour, and we were showing him around. And then when he was announcing the winner, he actually took a bottle of Pilsner Urquell and said it will be Pilsen. So I think we managed to kind of sell the heritage in Pilsen, not just because of the brewery, but also other heritage sites and other historical monuments and historical places connected with industry and big industrial history of the city of Pilsen. But of course, it wasn't just this, because Pilsen is a very historical city, more than 700 years old. There's a big tradition of theater. But combination of all that, I think, made us to win. And we are actually celebrating 10 years from the title. So as we move on with the discussion, it's interesting, of course, after 10 years.
We come back to that after 10 years after what it's about. So for H2LZ, of course, H2LZ is very much coined by industry. It's a special case in that. And probably it was at the beginning, at the heart of a bit.
Yes, actually I was also not part really of the bid book redaction, but as you said, Ash is really a steel municipality, so it's a little city of 38,000 inhabitants, and the city was really linked to the steel industry, and it was also developed, the architecture and so on, through the steel industry. So the bid book and the program was also written in that sense about the steel industry, and 48% from the project leaders who applied to the program were linked with the industrial heritage. So it was really a strong input in the program, the industrial heritage.
Okay, let's look at the effects of a European capital. First of all, could you measure in your cities a noticeable impact on the regional economy? Let's say you measured it in overnight stays, you could measure it in museum visitors, projects, whatever. Could you give us some impressions? What was the effect you could measure after this year? In Chemnitz it's not after this year, but perhaps you have some measures already now. So, who want to begin? Yeah.
Yes, well, I have to say, of course, that the impact was huge after the capital, after having the Capital of Culture title. Of course, the year 2015 was very special. There was a lot of money, a lot of projects invested in the city, and we had several key events that really attracted huge numbers of people that came not just from all around the Czech Republic, but also other states and other regions around Europe, actually. But what we were hoping for and what really worked until COVID came, of course, we really managed to get higher numbers of visitors coming in total. The hotels were reporting more overnight stays. We developed a system through mobile operators, how to count people coming to the town and the city, and all the numbers really grew up a lot. Of course, the money that was pumped into the budgets of everyone involved in that special year were going down again in the next years. So for some organizations and for some partners, it was a little difficult. But on the other hand, we really, until COVID, we really managed to have much higher numbers in all levels that we had before.
Can you confirm this impression?
Yes, I came with numbers to to confirm it. So yes, maybe a little contextualization, because ASH 2022 was prepared during COVID. It was really, really hard time, and I know that my direction that time, Nancy Brown, was also asked from the Commission if we should keep it, maintaining ASH 2022. So it was not easy. So I personally joined in 2020, and I was asked to find 5 million euros during COVID and asking companies. So it was kind difficult. But we succeed, I want to say. And so I also want to say that, yes, you ask us about also the visitors numbers. So as I said, Ash is a little city from 38,000 inhabitants, and we managed to have more than 500,000 visitors. So it's quite good. Our big event, I think we had more than 35,000 persons for the opening of ERIH 2022. And we had a rate of more than 39% overnight, more in 22 than in 2019. Of course, we didn't calculate on 20, so because it's a tricky question. But so that's also I want to point out that it's really important to have a European capital of Europe because it helps the tourists and it stretch also the visitors. So. Yes.
These are hard figures, actually, no?
Yeah. I made some research, you know. No, I reread the report. We have also, if you are interested, a report of 250 pages that reports every statistics that we made and every event and so on. So, well, welcome.
Okay, thanks. For Chemnitz, it can only be provisional information.
As I can tell you, so I was wrong in the morning. Jürgen Kabus told me that we have more than 100% plus visitors. So we have 150,000. Last year we had 62. So we are on a very good stage. Claudius Noack yesterday told me he had the Railway Museum has more than 70%. I can read in the newspaper that there are several weekends. There's no hotel with any vacancy. So I think, and you can feel it in the town when you go around in Chemnitz, that there are more people, maybe not with this weather, but you have seen it, all these buses coming this morning. So in former times, there was one bus and not three in the same time and individual visitors. And I think I can tell also for other museums and other venues that took place. And let me add to my statement before, Chemnitz is considered or considers herself as an industrial city, and it wanted to show with a cultural capital it is a cultural city, and it was always a cultural city, but nobody, even the people of Chemnitz maybe, was not so sure if this is correct, and people from outside didn't consider Chemnitz as a cultural city. So this was a double means that the cultural capital was important to show this transformation that came back in another industrial culture now.
Let's come back to the next question. Our topic is the question of what is the effect on the local population, on their sense being part of this region, questions of self-esteem, question of identity, regional identity, identifying with industrial heritage or other parts of the heritage. And often enough, I think in this region, we have to do with regions with low self-esteem. And one aim of this format of European capital is to raise this kind of self-esteem and identity. Do you think that this worked out, actually, raising this identification with the region, with its industrial heritage, and raising also self-esteem? This was one of the main goals, for example, for the Ruhr 2010 in Essen, Ruhr capital, and I would say it turned out in many aspects at the Ruhr, but my question is for you now, do you think that it turned out like that?
Yes, because actually it's the industrial region of Luxembourg, so it's not really a touristic region. And I think the ERIH 2022 was really the opportunity to show this region as also a cultural region, cultural heritage region, and also to make people proud of the identity of the region. Because our theme was also remix, because as I said, we also the region is cultural heritage, and we had a lot of different kind of nationalities who came to work in the industry, and so we had a few projects during ERIH 2022 to link the different communities, like for example with the Italian, because you have in Dudelange an Italian road where all the workers were working there, and so you really it helped to the people to be proud of the region and also to see it as a touristic region, because that was really not the case. And en plus, from the European Capital of Culture, we also had the label of UNESCO Biosphere at that time. Mm-hmm. So that helps us also to focus more on nature than it was the case, because otherwise Ash is really seen as an industrial city. But with this label of UNESCO, that we also make tour in the more countryside region then, and it helps also people to see Ash region as a countryside region with different location to sleep, with walking and so on. So we really try to do and open the mind of people in their different directions.
No, I have to agree with that. There's actually three things I would like to stress about this. One thing is that the way from announcing the capital of culture up to the title year is very long and very stressful and very uneasy. We had many people who left the team. We had many people who came throughout the way, and at the end, I think it worked out fine. The people in the region, the people in the city, actually, I believe, felt proud because they saw themselves what the city can do, who is interested in coming in the city, learning about its culture and seeing the program. And at the same time, and this is what I want to stress the most, is that people themselves starting to think different, and they started to recognize the option that they can participate as a community. And the participation of people actually is lasting until today, because I think they now know that they don't really have to wait for the city or some big organization to, tell them to do something, but they can do it themselves. And there's lots of projects, thanks to the Capital of Culture, that are functional, that are very popular, and that work until today. So the participation of communities, I think, is something that we managed to have from this title as well.
So the process of bidding or of making the European capital is an important part of the thing, actually.
So I can confirm what my partners here on the discussion told before. There's one point, the UNESCO industrial heritage in the Ore Mountains, and we don't have to forget when we talk about Chemnitz and the region, and the Ore Mountains are a touristic region with a UNESCO World Heritage, and I think also there, people are very proud. There is this project Purple Path. There are these maker hubs. There was more connection between the local people coming from outside, more connections between companies and activities. So I would say this worked out very well. And there's another program. There are 1,000 volunteers. Was at the beginning was a bit difficult to find people on a voluntary basis who would help during this year. And this came out as a huge project, and we often had contact with them. They helped here in the Industry Museum. They helped at the in Grimmitschau. So this is a good project of awareness that I'm part of a bigger concept, and I feel involved in what is happening in front of my door. So this is my opinion.
So participation is the key word, it seems. Yeah. I can perhaps add a figure which I haven't had from Ruhr 2010. People were asked afterwards if they feel different in terms of confidence in their own region. And 2/3 says yes, they feel a difference in that. And this has to do with participation, also with self-esteem, of course. It's the same direction. So coming back at the end to industrial heritage, to our topic, do you think that at the end, this format of European Capital has raised the profile of industrial heritage. So has it raised visibility of industrial heritage or support for industrial heritage? Do you think there's been an effect in this respect?
Yes, when I was thinking about this topic or this answer, I think that we had lots of plans, of course, before being the capital of culture. Many of them involved industrial heritage projects. Some of them we managed to do and finish. Many of them we didn't. But after those many years from the title, I can say that because it started to be a topic and the people and the city and the politicians and the companies actually started to feel different, and they knew that already we have been talking about it. Many of them were, for example, finished several years after that, which was great because, and they're still functioning. I just had a chance to visit several of them recently, and it's always nice to see that it's a living place. Every industrial site that we are having in the region has its own concept, attracts its own target group, and even though it's small, done by volunteers or people who are interested in this little project within the community, up to the big ones, it's all working until now, and they are quite successful.
You want to add? Yeah.
Yes, so actually, yes, the effects of the European Capital of Culture lasted, actually. There were lots, we had the big change during ASH 2022 to have the reaffectation of different cultural heritage, industrial cultural heritage sites for having exhibitions. For example, we had a few exhibitions in all part of the steel industry building, and they are still lasting now. And we had also a lot of different kind of events which were taking place in the industrial past. For example, we had a festival of music with Kings of Leon. We had, and the festival is still lasting now, today. It's still taking place in the steel industry former site. So there are still traces of the European Capital of Culture now. And I think it's really important to be proud of all the efforts that the region put into this event, because European Capital of Culture costs also a lot of money to the municipalities, because I don't know if you know, but European is not paying for that. So I mean, I think it's important to say it's really an investment from the state and from the city which is hosting the European Capital of Culture. And so it's a huge effort demanding to the municipalities, and they also wanted that the efforts they are putting into the European capital are lasting. And so therefore, when they are doing reaffectation of old steel heritage and so on, it's also for the future. And that I really also feel it now in ASH, because all those sites are still living and there are still a programmation. Of course, not everything is living, because there is also a part of the programmation which is not lasting, because there are few events which were like programmed like that, but a lot of the programmation is still taking place. So.
Okay.
Still
in running, Chemnitz?
Yeah, it's still running. So in a case of funding for industrial heritage, this is not a good topic. So
next topic.
Yeah, not next topic. So this is our authorities, and I don't want to complain at all, but there is still a not outspoken concurrence between the historic, classic culture, so art and theater and music, classical music, and industrial heritage. So we were the first in Chemnitz to overcome the 100,000 visitors, not the Arts Museum and not the others. So I think we can be very proud of this. And we attract a different audience than the others, but this is still not in the heads of the representatives and the politicians. And I always talk to them and tell them the benefits the industrial culture gives to the people and to their identity and what can come out from industrial heritage, not as a concurrence to the classical arts, but to see it in a different way and maybe to decide different funding. So this is the situation we are in the moment. So
struggling being on the same
level. We are not on the same level yet, and maybe this comes. As I told you before, the city wanted to get rid of this image industrial city, so they stress more on the classical arts. But they should. So I think it's raising our visibility is raising. But in funding, there are differences.
At least you have got better arguments now, isn't it? After the European Capital, it's the same actually as it was in World 2010. Actually, at the beginning, we didn't rely so much on industrial heritage. Now, probably everyone here knows the iconic image of a double trestle of Zollverein colliery. This wasn't the case before Rio 2010, though. And at the beginning, the capital didn't rely so much on this iconic symbol, but it turned out that it worked. And at the end, nearly everyone in Germany knows this, and it has got the symbol of a region. So visibility of industrial culture has risen in this example. So coming to the end, last question. What do you think will last? Now looking with our last question in the future, what will be the effect you find in, let's say, in 5 years? What you want could be the effect in like 5 or 10 years afterwards. Will there be any effect? Last question, short answer.
Okay. So in the resume I read about what brought the European Capital of Culture of ERIH 2022, there were that 20% of the project will continue and 62% some aspects of the project will continue. As I said before, some of them actually are still continuing. So that's a really good sign for us. If you want more concrete example of what lasted really, for example, the CNC where I'm working are still there. So and it was founded also because the CNC, for example, was a project from Luxembourg since early 2000, and then the financial crisis came, and then it was not created, and it was finally created in 2019 because the European culture came actually. So that's also a positive sign that some things are developed in this frame. Another frame that's indirect also from the European Capital of Culture is that the city of ERIH created a department specialized in archiving the history and industrial heritage of the city. So that's really a concrete example of this conscious that the city made of this industrial past. And otherwise we have, as I said, a lot of different festivals who are still remaining, as Electron and so on. But yes, so more concrete example.
Really sustainable effects, I would say. So perhaps Thomas, and when?
Yes, when I said a while ago that we are just celebrating 10 years from the title, there were two major events during this year. One was in the spring and one was in the fall, just several weeks ago. And actually the proof that people still live the capital of culture was that the attendance was very high. Of course, one of the things that the title brought us was also new ways of art. There's many different particular ways, like new theater, immersive theater, huge puppets, new circus, all these things that maybe the people in the region have not really experienced, and they were used to that only in much bigger cities, for example. But when I look at it now, and when you would look at the schedule of events and activities in the city and in the region, I would say that a huge portion of these events is taking place in industrial heritage sites or industrial heritage places. Of course, we have the Pilsner Urquell Brewery as a big player. That helps a lot, but there's many other partners that are involved and they're very active. And for myself, of course, I feel very glad that this is the case. And it's not just about the city center and the traditional tourist places, but also industrial heritage.
Thank you. And Chemnitz in 10 years?
Chemnitz in 10 years, will be interesting touristic site together with Leipzig and Dresden. So it will not be long away, long distance between Leipzig and Dresden. So it will be on the touristic map. And I'm very optimistic, and we are talking about a lot of the legacy of the cultural capital at the moment. I think the capital of culture has shown that there's so much activity, so much so many ideas. And I'm cliffhanger to make this happen. So, and I think there's a lot of energy that will keep on going, and I think the city will help us, and also the region. I think they know very well that this was only the starting point, and they have to carry on. And I think this is a shift in mind, and I think this will have a good future.
Optimistic view in the future. Keep on running, so to say. So, thank you very much. At the end of our time. Thank you very much for your contribution, for this exchange of experiences. And perhaps one of you will be involved in the future bit, because in another city.
Well, maybe questions? Questions from the audience? Will noch jemand? Ja.
Not really time for questions.
No. Yeah.
Perhaps one question to So we have one question here. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Not a question, just a brief comment to maybe add up or to follow up on this. As some of you know, maybe in 2020, the European cultural capital was the city of Rijeka in Croatia, together with Irish city Galway. And as you all know, 2020 COVID happened. So it reminded me while you were giving examples, it reminded me of the whole story with Rijeka, which was, everything was going so well, and 2019 was full of preparations. Everyone was so motivated, and it was going really, really well. And then 2020 came, and the official opening was in February, beginning of February 2020. And this opening was really spectacular. For Croatian standards, it was really, really well. And Rijeka was so proud, and they were celebrating their identity, their rich and difficult history, and so on. Everyone was singing Bella Ciao at the grand ceremony for the opening. And then 3 weeks later, it started. So basically everything was shut down, and the majority of the program that was supposed to happen that year hasn't happened. There were some of the programs did happen, luckily, but not all of it, of course. But the point is that even though it was more like, not such a great success considering the outcome of that year, but nevertheless, I really think that Rijeka gained quite a lot from this title, in a sense that it somehow, for a long time, Rijeka really struggled with its identity, because it was deeply deindustrialized city. It was really having a difficult past and so on. So I think they felt that they regained their identity in a way with this title, and they finally got some sense of purpose regained and some sense of belonging. And so the new identity started to emerge, people started connecting more again and so on. So I just want to emphasize that although it wasn't really a successful title, but it was really, really meaningful for the city. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Hildebrand, yeah. Last one, but a little bit late. Yeah. One question is allowed.
To Susanna, I have a question to you. The surface of the cultural capital is bigger, I think, than Chemnitz alone. Yes, and how did you define this surface? How did that process work?
Yeah, it's much bigger, so it's all the surroundings. So I think circle minimum 50 kilometers around Chemnitz. It's a huge region that belongs to the capital of culture. So, and the effects we will see, there's, so I'm not so very well informed about the region, more about Chemnitz, but I think in the region, so there was one point in the beginning, there was more enthusiasm in the region than in the city. People were complaining in the city, but in the region, all the people were, let's go, make good thing. And now I think on both sides in the region and the city, there's more enthusiasm, or is the enthusiasm. So.
Actually, I forgot to explain to you that in the program there was Thomas Lein here on the podium. He is mayor, actually, of a city in the region. So he would have been a representative of the whole region, not only of the city of Chemnitz. He has fallen sick, so he couldn't be there. So but we had a perfect representative here for Chemnitz. So we're at the end of this. Now we're going over to the workshops. Unfortunately, for our guests online and the streaming, this is not possible to participate, so it's time to say goodbye for all those who were with us online on the web. Thanks for your interest and have a good time. And hopefully we see you in Athens, and not only online, perhaps offline, on site. So bye-bye till next year for you and on the streaming. So there's one little point